Kansas State Board of Education is called to order. Please notice that all board members are present. We are meeting today at 9:30 instead of 10 because at 10 o'clock, because of this is severe weather preparedness week. There is going to be a statewide tornado drill, and we will participate, board members. When we leave, we will go to the north steps, which is by the men's restroom, and go to the basement. And when it's all cleared, we'll start again at that time. The mission of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, will you pause with me for a moment of silence? At this time, will you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, you have the agenda before you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Dina makes that motion. Is there a second? Jean seconds the motion. All in favor of the agenda, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Go right ahead. I'm sorry. I'm
wants it. So it's E, H, I, J, and K.
EIH. Can we vote on those
Separate.
Individually?
If you need to, yeah.
Can we vote on that group, or do we need to vote on
You
each
can
one
do
of
it-
them?
No, you can do however you want to do it.
Okay, we're just going to vote separately on those.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll make sure before we get to that point that we'll discuss it to
Okay.
see.
Thank you.
Second? Okay, that's fine. In addition to corrections to the minutes for February the 8th or 9th? If not, a motion would be in order to approve the minutes. Ben makes that motion and Dina seconds the motion. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, the motion carries. We are very happy today to have Dr. Shannon Portillo, the University of Kansas. She is the Associate Dean for the Academic Affairs at KU's Edwards campus and was co-chair of the Governor's Commission on Racial Equity and Justice. We appreciate you adjusting your time schedule to meet our time schedule this morning. At 10 o'clock, if the presentation is not finished, we were going to participate in a drill, a statewide drill. I'm going to ask, I know that you have other responsibilities, and kind of 10:30 is the drop dead date or time, but if you could remain on in case because I'm sure that it will generate some questions from the board, and I promise we'll be through by 10:30, but if you could stay on while we have to leave to go participate in the drill in case there are questions. At any rate, we welcome you, Dr. Portillo, and are looking forward to your presentation about the Governor's Commission on Racial Equity and Justice and any recommendations that come from them. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for allowing me to present virtually today. It does make things a bit easier. I am happy to stay on while you all participate in the drill and be here until 10:30 to answer any questions. I will go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully you all can see that. As the chair mentioned, I'll be presenting a bit on the Governor's Commission on Racial Equity and Justice this morning. So to start off with, just a bit of history and background on the commission. The governor signed Executive Order 2048 in the summer of 2020. As we know, in the summer of 2020, following the murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, there was significant racial unrest throughout the country. And the governor brought together a group of 15 Kansans who had backgrounds in education, advocacy, nonprofit work, law enforcement, and healthcare to discuss issues of racial equity in systems across the state of Kansas. So we weren't just a commission focused on criminal justice. We're at our core a commission focused on racial equity throughout all of the systems in Kansas. But we started our work looking at the criminal legal system and law enforcement. In 2020, we focused on that criminal legal system and law enforcement. And then in 2021, we shifted our focus to consider the social determinants of health. As we know, so many of these systems, education, law enforcement, healthcare, our economic systems, are very integrated. So we saw the social determinants of health as a lens where we could address a number of different areas throughout the state. So our 2020 report was handed to the governor in December of 2020, and that report included over 60 recommendations to state agencies, the legislature, and local governments on how to improve racial equity around policing and law enforcement. And we decided to divide all of our reports in those ways. We know that there have been a number of task forces and a number of commissions that have looked at issues of racial equity, but we really wanted to make sure that our recommendations were actionable and that there was a focus on accountability around our work. And so we divided all of our recommendations into areas of who might implement this work. So focusing on state agencies where administrative agencies could make forward movement, focusing on the legislature where we were asking for specific legislation or changes to statutes, and then really looking at local governments and how local school boards, cities, counties, and other taxing jurisdictions might also make local improvements throughout the state. So our 2021 report, as I mentioned, was focused on the social determinants of health. And this really had to do with all of these issues that we talked about in 2020. We saw a number of overlapping and connecting issues in communities across our state. And the social determinants of health, which really focus on the environment where we live, work, and play, and how that environment affects overall outcomes for communities, gave us a lens where we could address social equity through a number of systems. Our commission broke into 3 subcommittees to make specific recommendations around economic systems, and I chaired that subcommittee. Education, Dr. Tiffany Anderson, superintendent of Topeka Public Schools, chaired that subcommittee. And then healthcare, and David Jordan, who runs United Methodist Healthcare out of Wichita, ran the healthcare subcommittee. So our commission met every other week from July 2020 through December of 2021. In addition to those biweekly meetings, we also heard from state and national experts, local leaders, and community members about topics that were important to Kansans. Our meetings included learning sessions from national and local experts, as well as community sessions. The commission took the information from these meetings and developed our specific recommendations. We also wanted to make sure that we heard from the public, so we set up a hashtag so folks could get in touch with us via social media. We also had a telephone number, an email address, and a good old-fashioned address where folks could send us written letters. So we got quite a bit of feedback and did our best to incorporate that feedback and hear from everyone as we were pulling these recommendations together. So what I'd like to do today is just run through some of the recommendations that were in the 2 reports and leave most of our time for question and answer. So as I mentioned, the first report had over 60 recommendations. Those are mostly focused on the criminal legal system and law enforcement. The one that I think is most relevant to this group is that we did spend quite a bit of time talking about school resource officers, and recommendations around that are in the first report. Our second report focused on the social determinants of health. Our last 2 reports, we had kind of an interim report in July of 2021, and then a final report in December of 2021. And those reports collectively had 90 recommendations focused on those 3 areas that I mentioned: education, economics, and healthcare, and had a wide variety of recommendations. So in our 2020 recommendations, again, we did discuss school resource officers, and I do just want to recognize the heroism of the school resource officer in Olathe East and recognize what the community there is going through right now. We did recommend that if school resource office programs are used, that there should be elements that demonstrate the school district's commitment to an inclusive and welcoming environment for students. We know that the research on school resource officers does demonstrate that they tend to have a negative impact for students of color, but we recommend that if they're going to be in place, that there's a strong relationship between officers and school personnel, and that there's a policy requiring community meetings so that the communities can get to know the SROs and families can be assured of the role that SROs are playing in school districts. And that means that there are clear agreements between school districts and police departments that delineate the roles between school resource officers and school discipline. And the big piece here is that making sure that school resource officers are there as a resource, but not there to take over school discipline, which should be the purview of school personnel. And then in 2021, as I mentioned, we focused in on those social determinants of health. And that was a much kind of broader discussion. And there we really focused in on aspects that affect the overall educational community environment. And here we talked a bit about maximizing federal funding and ensuring that we're bringing as much federal funding into the state as possible. While doing that, we want to consider the perspectives of people of color and people from groups disproportionately impacted by COVID-19 in the process of distributing federal relief funds. So this means as we're considering those COVID relief funds within local school districts, that we're really taking a look at communities of color who have been disproportionately impacted by COVID and ensuring that we're using our funds to really make sure that we're providing aid to those communities. And then also ensuring that we're using a universal equity policy. So in this, as part of this, we recommend providing language interpretation and translation services so that Kansans have access to their government. We spent a lot of time talking about ASL and the way in which we need to provide interpreter access, as well as making sure that families have access to community resources regardless of English language proficiency. We spent quite a bit of time discussing teacher diversity. And so as we're thinking about direct relief aid and allocating discretionary funds, we should create structures that bring people of color and communities disproportionately impacted by COVID to the table and discussing that perspective. We also want to make sure that we're specifically targeting diversity in teacher ranks by creating teacher recruitment programs that seek to attract high-achieving minority students into the teaching field. There are a few states that have done really well with this. Illinois is one of them that really allows the state to combine goals of keeping folks within the state with diversifying the teaching profession with grow your own programs. And state-led programs can be a way for teacher preparation, training, and professional development to reach the entire state. One of the big pieces that we hear a lot from is the discussion of teacher preparation and specifically that student teaching time that teachers are taking into account. I know that teaching at the Edwards campus, we're a degree completion campus. We're a junior senior only campus that works with a number of community colleges in the Kansas City region. And when we survey our students, 100% of our students say that they are working either part or full time. On average, our students are working about 27 hours a week. So when we think about students who are interested in teaching careers, many of them can't take off time from work in order to complete their student teaching, because that's a time when they're foregoing paid work in order to complete their student teaching as part of their educational process. So really thinking about how we can prepare teachers while also making sure that we're not removing them from the workforce while they're doing that. So thinking about ways in which we can support teachers as they're doing their student teaching, if districts could potentially hire them while they're preparing, or create pathways for instructors to go from paras to teachers with support of districts or statewide programs, and thinking about how we can make that pathway to teaching a bit more accessible. We also recommend that local school districts collaborate with local educational associations or other groups that can provide equity training and assist with recruitment efforts. And then we heard from our Native American communities in Kansas and the 4 tribes and talking about the elimination of the use of Native American mascots and imagery and names by educational institutions and sports teams unless used by a tribal school or educational institution. If imagery remains, for example, as a permanent part of an architectural structure, educational resources should be included in conversations with the community, and appropriate tribal and Native American organizations should be held to ensure that imagery is appropriately contextualized. This was one that has continued to be an important piece of conversation with Native American communities in ensuring that we're not making it more difficult for Native American students to thrive in our educational systems. As we mentioned, we used the social determinants of health lens, which really looks at how a lot of these issues are connected. And we spent quite a bit of time talking about housing and homelessness and how that affects the educational outcomes of students within school districts across the state. So we recommend the use of the collective impact model to reduce homelessness through intentional partnerships. And in this model, cities, school districts, housing providers, funders, and local agencies in the state all play a role in providing resources and assisting unsheltered families and students. So really building relationships that can help coordinate efforts around homelessness and housing instability can help students focus in on their educational goals. And again, we spent quite a bit of time talking about workforce and economic development, and so our commission recommended that we support recommendations in the Kansas Registered Apprenticeship Work-Based Learning Expansion Initiative group. So this is a group that was organized out of the Kansas Department of Commerce and included representatives from the business community, labor unions, and educational institutions. And they made a number of recommendations to the state around apprenticeship programs. And then finally, focusing in on behavioral health. So improve access to mental health care and educational settings. So Kansas has developed initiatives like the Mental Health Intervention Team's pilot program to bring behavioral health care into schools and improve access to care for students in need. And these efforts represent important positive movement in state and local governments, but we should continue to focus on those improvements and really think about how we can integrate behavioral and mental health into school systems. So I know that I went through those really quickly because I wanted to reserve time for question and answer both before the tornado drill takes place and if we want to come back and have additional questions. But I have the link here and I'm happy to share the PowerPoint and provide that link on our website through the governor's office. We have copies of the reports along with recordings of all of our meetings and learning sessions. So if there's any topic that you'd like to go into depth on, those recordings are all on the website, so you can take a look at some of our conversations with experts and communities across the state, as well as those recommendations and supporting documents. So I'll stop sharing my screen so we can have a bit more of a conversation.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions to start, and then I'll open it up to my colleagues. The issue where you were talking about barriers for student teachers, can you expand maybe on some maybe recommendations to address those barriers beyond what you've already said? Because
Yes, sir. And I think that that's really something that we can provide support at both the state level and then kind of thinking about local districts. So as I mentioned, what we found is that there are a number of students who are interested in the teaching profession, but they're often kind of working while they're going to school, and some of the educational programs that prepare them make it really hard to continue to work while they're in that student teaching year. And so there are opportunities to think about programs where districts might be able to hire student teachers and pay them while they're doing their student teaching, or state supported programs where we might think about relief for student loans one of the things that students are really concerned about these days is taking out additional student loans. And so thinking about student loan relief programs or programs where students can be paid while they're doing their student teaching year.
Okay, and then I ask, can people pay their student teachers now?
Yes, they can. There are a few districts that do that.
Okay, so that is at least legal.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Oh, I asked the acting commissioner whether or not districts could, if they chose to do so, pay student teachers now, and the answer was yes, and a few of them do. So typically what we hear is we can't do that. That barrier is not there, so that would be a local decision, and maybe we need to be encouraging that. So,
Well, and I think that does mean that we need local advocacy to encourage school districts, if they can do that, and then providing resources to school districts to follow through on that.
And we anticipate, this is critical because we anticipate maybe thousands of vacancies in the very near future. And so we need to do everything we can to encourage whoever to move in that profession. The other issue that I want to ask about is the mascot issue. And we're meeting with tomorrow. We're meeting with representatives of the Native American community, including some of the chairmen of the tribal councils. And I know this is going to come up. Is there, in your research, did you come up with a list of mascots that, or is there a list someplace so that we could at least see what the magnitude of the issue is? I imagine they'll be able to tell us tomorrow, but in your study, did you have that?
We did not come up with a list across the state. We did hear from national experts as well as local experts that there are still hundreds of mascots used throughout the state at various levels, but we didn't come up with a specific list.
Okay, thank you very much. And Betty Arnold.
Good morning, and thank you. Thank you for providing the information. My question, however, drills down just a little more. I understand this was created in response to policing and law enforcement, other areas that you looked at. The thing, however, that concerns me, and this may or may not be a part of your report, um, are the areas where racial sensitivity, cultural awareness, respect, which is a lot more basic than the areas that you touched on. Was anything like that a part of your recommendation?
So we did have a discussion around how do we get, well, our goal overall was to discuss how systemic racism is a part of institutions throughout the state, but we also wanted very actionable things that we could ask our legislature, our state agencies, and local governments to address. And we did have discussions specifically related to education around how do we bring diversity, equity, and inclusion training into local school districts. So I think that there is kind of the broader conversation that we need to have around racial inequalities in a number of systems throughout the state. But then there is also those specifics of how do we have policies that address this in some of the ways that we may not realize that particular policies that may look race neutral on their face have really important implications for racial justice. And one that sticks out in my mind when it comes to education is thinking about our transfer policies between institutions of higher education in the state. So right now there's a different limit on the number of transfer credits you can bring from community colleges and four-year colleges when transferring between schools. That may not seem like a racial justice issue on its face, but we know that students of color and first-generation college students are more likely to attend community colleges. So that's a policy that disproportionately affects communities of color. and disproportionately affects kind of the economic outcomes and the educational outcomes for students of color in a way that um, white communities don't have those same barriers. So we did have conversations about how do we kind of talk through issues of cultural competency, diversity, and inclusion, but also specific policies where it may not be obvious that they're affecting our communities of color.
I think if I can just follow up a little bit, when you were talking about the actionable items, it's very difficult uh, unless you tackle the core of the beliefs. As an example, you use the SROs in schools, which is the basis for your commission being organized based on policing and law enforcement to people of color. Um, the relationship between uh, police and communities of color, unless you impact that, and I've never really saw how an SRO in a school could impact that negative belief of um, we're just not we're just not on the same page in terms of respect. That police officers and community of color, as a rule, there's a negative relationship that exists, and to place them in schools without touching that negative relation does nothing, to propel us forward. And so, from my perspective, I often look at when we create these commissions and to come up with actionable items, how do we actually deal with that core systemic uh, racial inequality that continues to exist and go on? That's not putting um, your commission um, in a negative light, but I often wonder when or how do we ever get to the real core of the problem? Thank you.
And I think that that's a really important follow-up and a really important point. One of the things that we discussed as a commission is that we need to understand the history of communities. And so we did ask that the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center provide a deeper history into policing within our country and where policing came from. We know that modern policing, as it started, it was a discussion around slave patrols in the South. And many of our current police officers don't know that history and don't know how it may affect their interactions with Black communities, with communities of color. And so we need to make sure that the law enforcement officers who are working in policing, the law enforcement officers who may be tapped as SROs in schools, understand that history and can be competent in having those conversations with members of all of our communities to make sure that we have a shared understanding of how race shapes many of these institutions.
Okay, thank you. Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I look forward to reading through the report with more detail. But one of the things that you brought up about involving community groups into the conversation, is there recommendations in there about how do we do that in our rural communities where there are those associations like the NAACP, I'm assuming is who you're talking about, and other assorted organizations. I could go on, but a lot of those rural counties in Kansas, which a lot of them are, don't have that kind of community system set up. How do we encourage that conversation in those rural communities? And is it in the report? Because I could save time going that route.
Yeah, I think that our report didn't call out specific community groups to engage with, but we at the local level really talked about how do we engage the community. And this means that how do we create spaces where communities can have these conversations, and that That matters for rural, urban, suburban communities, and really tapping into the civic infrastructure that are there. So some of this may be community groups like the NAACP, LULAC, other groups that exist. But thinking about our rural communities, we have a number of rural communities that have strong immigrant populations. So how are we making sure that we're engaging with immigrant populations in ways that are culturally competent? Are we providing translators at community meetings so that we can ensure that communities that don't have strong English proficiency can still engage in the conversations around education and schooling? With rural communities, are we making sure that we're providing access for thinking about travel time and coming to places where communities are having those meetings? Are we making sure that we're thinking through everyone in our community who might want to participate and making that as accessible as possible? So we don't have specifics in our report about how do we engage with rural communities, but the goal is to tap into the civic institutions that are present and make sure that we have accessible meetings however we can. And I hear those sirens going off, so I'll pause and I'll be here when you all get back from the tornado drill.
Yeah, and we have at least one other board member that has, do you have more questions, Ben? Okay, so we'll have at least two more, and, but we are aware of your time constraints too, and we'll try to be respectful of that. So I guess we better avoid the tornado. Okay, let's continue. Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's more of a statement, but kind of following up with the rural aspect of it is sometimes there's this idea out there that this problem or this issue is strictly a an urban or suburban issue that it only affects a small portion of our population or areas of the state. This is really a conversation we'll be having in all 105 counties, all 286 school districts that we have. That rural Kansas is just as needs to be aware of this and cognizant of it just as much as the urban and suburban. The news is always about the urban and suburban, but this is in our rural communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ann?
Ben's gonna share.
And as we're working out the microphone situation, if I may just jump in, while you were all at the tornado drill, I did send a link to a listing of Native American mascots in the state that was compiled by Haskell Indian Nations University, and a discussion of Native American mascots. So I hope that the staff can share that link with you later today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Portillo, I just wondered, at the national level, the National Association of Local School Boards has a program called DIRE, which stands for Dismantling Institutional Racism in Education. And I know you touched on several education issues, but did you guys tackle the broader issue of systemic racism in education in terms of things like, I know in the DIRE program they look at like, is there a disproportionate number of students of color who are not getting access to AP classes or college credit and that kind of thing?
We did have a number of discussions around systemic racism in systems across the state, but we did not spend significant time talking about systemic racism within education broadly. We focused in on some of those specific policy recommendations, but I would say that programs like DIRE and some of the other things that are happening nationwide are really important for our state. And so the commission would be very supportive of school districts throughout the state of Kansas of engaging in discussions around how do we dismantle systemic racism within education and what are specific policies that we can put forward and actions that we can take to move past systemic racism.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, just one other thing. I know that when we start our discussion tomorrow about the bigger picture, there'll be a lot of things on the table like DIRE and this report, but there are a lot of recommendations under the state/agency portion of this that I would hope we could have our staff go through and see which of those state level policies we could help impact. I mean, there's a lot to digest in here. I've just started going through it myself, but a lot of good recommendations for state level we ought to consider, I think.
Okay, thank you. Is that, and Dr. Anderson, you indicated that she co-chaired chaired the section on education, is available, will be available in May. And so as a follow-up, we may want to have her come and specifically deal with the educational issues about this. Michelle.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. I know your presentation wasn't very long. We didn't, as far as we have to go through it and read everything, there is a lot there to digest, but just in looking at the presentation up on the board, I saw the first time families were mentioned or parents were mentioned was when we talked about the SROs. I saw a lot of stakeholders, a lot of agencies, a lot of federalizing of everything, federal money being expanded to all these different programs. And that makes me a little nervous because when the community doesn't know what the community needs or wants or with anything, when we talked last month about the homeless, I mean, as far as some communities do a better job with others, but they're engaged. They're finding out who's hurting in that community, what's going on with that community. If the federal money is just flowing in and these programs are existing through the federal government and there's privacy issues that are involved in all that, how are we going to make things better without expanding and growing things when we're with government, when we don't even know what's going on in our own communities. As he's talking about the rural communities, I mean, there are issues going on across the whole state and every county in Kansas. But when we don't know what we don't know, and we're just allowing the state or the federal government to come in and solve our problems, I think that we need to be having families involved more than data. I think the families need to know where the data is going, because I saw data mentioned again. I just feel like we need to step into this and understand that families need to be engaged, local communities need to be engaged, and help each other and know who's in our community, and help those that are hurting in our communities and need that support. That I just wanted to make that statement, because I saw the first time families were mentioned or parents were mentioned was when the SRO thing came up on the board, and I just want to make sure that our communities know what's going on in our communities, and how do we work to help those families that are in need, or those that are becoming homeless. What's happening with those families? Is it that they can't pay the bills? Is it that they need support that way? And we could have saved an eviction notice if we just knew that family was needing support during, maybe it was 6 months or something like that. I mean, that we need to know who's in our neighborhoods. We need to know how we can help the churches, how the churches can get involved, and it needs to be done as local as possible. I just want to make that statement, but thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I think a big part of what we discussed as a commission is when we talk about involvement and when we talk about families, we need to think about which families we're engaging and which families have been left out of the conversation. And how are we making sure that those conversations are accessible to families of color who are often working and maybe working different or non-traditional hours? So how are we making sure that we're including all families in those conversations, and we're being inclusive and accessible in those community conversations as well? So that was a big piece of our conversation. As I mentioned, this was a very quick presentation that didn't take into account all of the recommendations throughout the report.
We thank you very much. I don't see any other questions. We may have some later on, and we have your number, so. And then
Thank you so
we'll want
much
to
for the
follow
time.
up.
I really appreciate your interest in this report and the ongoing conversations around how we can make our Kansas schools more equitable.
And I anticipate that we'll follow up with Dr. Anderson in May. But thank you very much, and we kept our promise to let you out at the proper time. So thank you again.
Thank you.
I'm going to now declare this open forum open. However, it's scheduled for 10:30. I have no idea, at this time, I have no idea how many presentations that are going to take place. However, in the event that it's finished before 10:30, we will remain open to allow everybody that needs to, because that's when it's announced, to allow everybody that, so we'll leave that open. Right now, it looks like we're having some more, but right now, the first speaker is Susie Wilbur. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education open at 10:18. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. The State Board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Any board questions will be for clarification. And our attorney, I didn't mention to the board, our regular attorney is stuck in an airport. And so the Department General Counsel has agreed to sit in with us, and he will give you the time. So our first speaker is Susie Wilbur. Welcome.
Now?
Just whenever you start talking.
All right. Hello, my name is Nis Wilbur, and I'm a Prairie Band Potawatomi citizen and a Kansan. I'm here to tell you that the decision to reject the Education Commissioner's resignation is a blatant disregard for the Indigenous students of Kansas. This decision clearly communicates to Native students that their educators may make bigoted comments and jokes about them with minimal consequence. This decision communicates to all of Kansas that the continued marginalization of Indigenous people is acceptable, so long as it's a joke. I'm here to tell you that these students are not a punchline. Their identities matter. Their social and emotional growth matters. They matter. They too deserve to be prepared for lifelong success. Instead, Kansas is failing its Native students. According to KSDE's own Data Central, about 3,000 Kansas students, or about 1%, identify as solely American Indian during the 2020-2021 school year. However, Indigenous students were the second highest subgroup to drop out during that same year. Indigenous males dropped out at a rate 29% higher than the Kansas average, and Indigenous females dropped out at a rate 37% higher than the average. Indigenous students do not receive equal and equitable support and rigor, as proven both by the data and by the Education Commissioner and State Board's amiability with demeaning stories about them. Stories that set a dangerous standard for how Indigenous students may be talked to and about in Kansas classrooms. I ask KSDE to immediately make available to the public a comprehensive plan that improves outcomes for Indigenous students. This plan must include curriculum standard updates that are historically accurate and void of harmful stereotypes and romanticism. Contemporary, capture well a definition of tribal sovereignty, and include a Kansas narrative. The plan must also ensure students have viable access to their languages and cultures and adequate representation. Finally, the plan must ensure that educators of Indigenous students honor them just as they honor all other students. I also request that KSDE hire a cultural consultant to ensure that all KSDE resources, standards, and initiatives operate through a diverse, inclusive, and equitable lens. This consultant must make available annual professional development opportunities to the Kansas State Board, KSDE staff, and Kansas educators. Our Indigenous students deserve leaders willing to protect their right to safe and supportive learning environments. Unfortunately, the board refused to prioritize them. Therefore, I also request that the representatives of District 6 resign her state board seat due to her unwillingness to listen to the voters of District 6. Finally, I would like the Education Commissioner and the board to publicly apologize to the Indigenous students of Kansas. As adults, educators, and character developers, I should not have to make this request of you all, yet here I am. You can start by apologizing to these Indigenous students. They are still here, and these academic institutions belong to them too. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other? Okay, there being no other signed up, however, since the announcement is made, since the agenda list 10:30 as the time for the open forum, we will remain open until that time to give anybody else the opportunity to speak that so chooses to do so. It looks like we have one more. Okay, is that Sharon Knutson from Olathe will be our next speaker. As I indicated earlier, there's a 3-minute time limit, and Mr. Gordon will have time up. And go ahead. When you start, the time doesn't start until you start.
Do you waive a 30-second warning? Perfect. Thank you. My name is Sharon Knutson, and I live in Olathe, Kansas. My child attended Kansas School for the Deaf for the past 6 years, and I'm also the instigator for Senate Bill 372 and H Bill 2621. So I want to read it to you in a moment and then make a few comments. So the bill said, in recognition of the academic, social, and developmental benefits of American Sign Language as a foundational language and bridge to American Sign Language and English bilingual education for children who are deaf, hard of hearing, or speech impaired, any child who established American Sign Language as a foundational language while being deaf or hard of hearing, who gains access to hearing by amplification, medical intervention, natural cause, or other means shall not be transferred out of or denied access, attendance at the Kansas School for the Deaf for the reason of access to hearing. For a deaf child, American Sign Language is that child's L1 language. Your L1 language is the language that you learn naturally and effortlessly through exposure and participation in conversation and surrounded by language. So my child who was born deaf, her first language, her first access to language was American Sign Language. And the only language for which she can express herself was American Sign Language. My child attended Kansas School for the Deaf. Kansas School for the Deaf is a wonderful school. I said in my bill that sign language has given children academic, social, and developmental benefits. Kansas School for the Deaf gave my child a language. Like 85% of the parents who have a deaf child, the first time I met a deaf person was when I looked at my child. I could not share her language. I could not teach her language. I didn't know American Sign Language. Kansas School for the Deaf gave my child a language, so they gave my child an academic benefit. Kansas School for the Deaf gave my child a community. Through American Sign Language, my child is able to communicate with other adults, and my child is able to communicate with other children. KSD gives our children community, and KSD gives to my child self-expression and critical thinking skills. It is when we think of a problem and then express it to other people that we organize our brain and develop critical thinking skills. So Kansas School for the Deaf gave my child developmental benefits. I'm here today just to say thank you to Michelle Dombrowski. My child was dismissed from Kansas School for the Deaf because she gained access to hearing. My child fell between the cracks of a hearing world and a deaf world. She cannot speak, and her brain has not made access to reading and writing. She doesn't recognize symbols. So her only expressive language is American Sign Language. So she doesn't fit in a hearing school where she's restricted for all of her expressive communication through an interpreter, but she's not deaf, so they didn't allow her to attend the deaf school. Michelle recognized that we have a framework for education and that every child needs an education. And she helped make it possible for my child to return to Kansas School for the Deaf by communicating with legislators and administrators. I thank you for funding Kansas School for the Deaf. It's a wonderful school. That's all.
Thank you very much.
So that was my thank you.
And we will remain open. Anything else? The State Board Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:30 a.m. We would like to thank our speakers for sharing their views with the board. The State Board will determine if any of the issues should be addressed as an agenda item in a future meeting. I will indicate that tomorrow at 10:25, we are going to have a presentation that will be led by the Kansas Association of Native American Education from K-State, and will include presentations from at least one tribal chairman, and I believe that others have been invited. That is, of course, people are welcome in the room. It is also live streamed, and I would encourage anybody. As I said in the statement, future agenda item, that future agenda item for us is going to be tomorrow, and we're going to continue to leave this on the agenda. But thank you, and that concludes the Citizens Open Forum. Next presentation will be by Lori Curtis with action on the Literacy Advisory Council. Welcome, Lori.
Hello. I'm here today to offer some talking points for your consideration regarding the development of a KSDE Literacy Advisory Council. While in the past there have been task forces or committees that are there to address specific initiatives such as the Dyslexia Task Force, today I'm here to speak about the development of a council that will not only continue to support the state's dyslexia initiatives, but address the issue of third grade reading achievement and also the reading achievement of our students beyond third grade. In conceptualizing such a council, I would encourage starting with the frameworks that are already in place in the department that are working well. I've examined the construction of the Kansas Assessment Advisory Council, the Special Education Advisory Council, and the Kansas Mental Health Advisory Council. And all of those councils have foundational structures that I feel would be essential to an effective literacy advisory council. They work under guidelines, bylaws that clearly provide organization and purpose for their work that is aligned to the Kansans Can vision and the mission of the board. They provide a solid structure necessary for convening various perspectives around important topics. For me, for us, that's literacy. Diverse voices matter, and we want people to understand the context for which we work. My first teaching job in Kansas was in a small PK-8 building that was filled with dedicated teachers, administrators, and specialists. That grounded my teaching experience for 15 years. My students were often connected to agriculture, to the military, to Kansas State University. I know that my decisions about curriculum and school board communication and professional development differed greatly from first grade teachers in an area such as Kansas City, Kansas, or Wichita in those larger districts. Our students came from diverse family situations and unique communities. Just like I know that my experience teaching at a large research institution differs from my colleagues that are preparing teachers at small private institutions. The bottom line is we can learn a lot from those who have a different lens than we have, hence the value of an advisory council that can bring together those with different perspectives and experiences with a common goal in mind, and that being to increase the reading achievement of all students in the state of Kansas. Therefore, if the board deems it to be a good idea to move in the direction of the development of a literacy advisory council, I feel it's critical to have thoughtful representation in several ways. In expertise, multiple areas of expertise, such as teachers, building and district administrators, higher ed professors, curriculum directors, parents, reading specialists, speech language pathologists, and KSDE representatives that offer school-based support. As well, thoughtful consideration as to how those individuals represent all 10 regions across the state for the board, and also the size of the districts that are represented. I feel such a council could serve the board in 4 different ways. One would be to continue to monitor and report on the literacy initiatives and supports that have been implemented by the state. Second, it could serve as a resource for the board when questions or information arises. It would be a way of taking a comprehensive pulse on the field. It could be a place to share what's occurring in the K-12 or higher ed setting, reasons to celebrate, and also help identify the needs that could direct the work of the department. And also it could serve as a supportive body in the development of a future Kansas comprehensive literacy plan. So with that, thank you for listening to my comments. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
We'll start with Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lori. I'm trying to figure out how this fits in with the dyslexia task force. It's
Okay.
done now? Has it gone away?
Yes, the dyslexia task force had a 4-year shelf life that ended in December. And so we recommended that that task force have that one meeting a year to monitor. And I see this as a continuation of that for accountability. And so, no, it does not in any way conflict with the task force. It's a continuation to show that we can make sure that we're continually monitoring the process and that we're moving in the right direction.
Well, follow-up question. I'm just wondering how we can staff this task force when we can't even get a body to manage the dyslexia effort.
I can't answer that one.
I'm raising my hand.
I know, I mean, we're putting a lot on her. I mean, I guess we'll know more when the budget's passed if we actually got that other person or not. If we got the other person, I think it'd be a no-brainer. That would be, natural. I just hate to put too much on one person, although we do need to continue the monitoring efforts. So anyway, I'll go with what the body wants, but we need more bodies.
Thank you. Michelle.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. Trying to get out to the districts, your awesome presentation that you had and the other ladies that were here. Even if we can, I know that they can see all of our minutes and everything like that throughout the whole day, but just a snapshot of that. I think a lot of administrators, a lot of districts need that. So I'm trying to get that out to people. I know they're taking off. A lot of different people are parents and are helping as far as advocating other parents to know where to go for those resources. And so just kind of keep getting that information out there to help you and to help different districts across to kind of mirror other places that are doing it right and rocking it, doing a great job. As far as on that task force or committee, I just want to make sure some of the parents that are really, really doing a good job at this, because they've been experiencing this over the years, they've stayed engaged. Some of them might have maybe 1 or 2 children in the public school, and then they've sent that other child to private school. I just want to make sure that they would still have a voice, just because they're doing gangbusters out there, and they're so engaged and they're so informative to other parents. I just want to make sure we don't rule those.
Just like I said, different perspectives matter.
Yes,
I think
okay.
that's really important. Just on a side note, I sent out a survey on all listservs I could find, and within 2 weeks, I had over 400 responses. People want their voices heard, and I have that information. And I've met recently with a group of parents that had a Zoom for me. So I think all voices matter. So
I think they're
it's an
being so
opportunity.
helpful. They're so helpful. Didn't mean to interrupt. They're so helpful, and many are so neutral. I mean, they're just there to inform. They're not there to, play politics, or they're just there to get that information out because they struggled and they felt isolated and they felt alone in a big system, and they are making it feel like a smaller community, and the parents do have options, and right there at the resources in their own public school, there are resources there. They just need to know what questions to ask and how to advocate for their child. So thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you. Dina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess some of my questions have been answered, but I know legislators are interested, and I'm wondering if there's a place that you're setting aside for that body or for both of those bodies. And also, making certain that parents of all ages are included, teachers of all ages, because one of my concerns has been we were focusing on third grade competency, but we at least ought to recognize that it needs to extend beyond that time as well. So I guess there's no outline of how this all will work together. So I'm wondering, will we at some point get an outline of what for example, having a teacher from at least primary, intermediate, middle, high school, so that we at least are covering the entire picture instead of portions? Will we get some sort of an outline that will give us an idea of what it will look like?
I'm happy to provide that if that's the direction that everyone decides to go ahead with this advisory council. When I looked at the bylaws for the other councils that I mentioned, they have identified all of those different placeholders for those stakeholders that are in there, and it did include all of that. I think that's in answer to what Ann mentioned. Why I think this is a great idea is that it extends from not just our students that we've learned about and are working to address in the dyslexia initiatives, but beyond. So we look at not just third grade either, but beyond that as a foundation for that comprehensive literacy plan. Because I think the more voices we get, parents who have children who are characteristics of dyslexia with their child, but then also a parent of someone who doesn't. They need that communication. Teachers in different size districts need to be talking with one another. So it's broader.
Seeking information.
Yeah, and some of those also, yeah.
Mr. Chair.
As far as discussions of who should be in it, I have my own idea of all of that, and so all those voices can be a part of the discussion, but it's...
I know whenever the Dyslexia Task Force was established by the legislatures, as it was, they listed who should be there. And when we met the first time, it was obvious that there were voices that were missing. So I think at least six, I invited at least six other people that of course, because of the law, couldn't be voting members, but actually actively participated, that represented other things. So I think it's real important to look at that. If this prevails, I would like to at least have discussions with you about some of those people.
Sure.
And I think it's critical that we also have legislative representation, and I'm sure that was part of the list anyway. Ben?
Actually, we're having technical difficulties, whereas Mrs. Ma have to use my mic. I have to use her speaking engagement for Mrs. Clifford, so.
It's all teamwork.
Thank you.
In that case, we would much prefer to recognize Jean.
Thank you.
I take exception to that, Mr. Chair.
So noted.
I appreciate all your efforts involving literacy. I think this is very important, and I agree that establishing an advisory council would be really helpful to coordinate the efforts of a lot of different stakeholders and to create that overall structure that'll help these different efforts come together and really make an impact on literacy that we want. So I'm very much in favor of this and hope that we are able to do this. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, this is an action item and a motion would be in order. Dina? Dina?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the establishment of a Literacy Advisory Council for the purpose of helping support and advance gains in literacy achievement for all Kansas students.
Is there a second to that motion? Jim McNeese seconds the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? That appears to be a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. Now it's time to go to work, right?
Yeah, go to work.
And now we have recommendations on Esser. I assume Doug is going to do that.
I am here. Thank you, Chairman Porter. Today we've got some more Esser plans for your review. The first one is an Esser 2 change request. We've only got one this month. It's for McPherson. It will bump their total allocation or what they've asked for up to $1.1 million. It's a change of about $630,000 to what you've already approved for them. Basically, they're asking for, into their plan, they're going to add premium pay. About half of the $630,000 is for premium pay. The rest is for staff salaries to support their summer school, after school, and PD opportunities for teachers. And so that's the only change. If you put that $630,000 into our cumulative numbers, it just gives us a little bump to the first three columns that are all dealing with teaching and learning. And if there's no questions, I guess we'll move on to Esser 3. Last month, as part of your motion, we had 29 plans, and those were conditionally approved based on the fact that we were expecting more in their narratives so that we would consider them to have met the minimum requirements. Just to let you know that these 8 districts did resubmit the narratives that go along with their Esser 3 plans. We felt that they met the criteria as far as stakeholder engagement, and so we have gone ahead and released their money. Those narratives were sent to the task force, and they did take a look at those, or they will have the opportunity to take a look at them. So we've got 15 districts today with their Esser 3 plans. As you look at them, they are mainly smaller districts. 13 of the 15 fall in that basically 1,000 student range and below. So a lot of smaller plans for this. $25 million is what's on the table for this. Between all of them, they had 27.6 at their disposal. Expenditures per district, as you look at that, the low end is $267,000, and that's Wallace County, and then Lawrence is the top end at $13.5 million. If you take Lawrence's allocation and put it in with the other 14, basically you could divide Lawrence by 15 and almost get the average per district. So there are a lot of smaller districts, and Lawrence kind of skews this information. Expenditures per student ranges from Chapman at 498, but that's only 43% of their allocation, going up through Fairfield at 2,186, which is their full. How those line items fall out in our different categories, you'll notice that we've got a lot of HVAC systems. I think we're going to see more and more of that as we go into Esser 3. A lot of funds have been spent on learning loss, computers, those types of things, and I think as we go through, that's just a guess, but I think we're going to see more of that. But still, we've got 54% of the items being requested fit into that teaching learning category. If we look at our cumulative, bumps up to about 74% for those gold bars.
Questions? Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple. I think I sent you guys a note about, on the superintendent call the other day. One superintendent in particular was really upset because they had entered their plan last December and then found out, and they were buying a 6-year online curriculum, which meant the license went past 2024 or whatever, and so they had to go back and redo it because the money couldn't pay for something that went beyond that, which I guess is probably a
Dean-
federal.
Dean can correct me if I say this wrong,
Uh-huh.
but you cannot spend the money beyond the terms of the grant. So
Yeah.
they could prorate 2 or 3 years, whatever
Right.
money is left with Esser funds, and then would have to pay for the remaining 4 years with their own money.
They just seem to be real surprised about that, and then when you get surprised about something, you get angry about that. And I wondered if there are any other, landmines out there like that that people need to be aware of so they don't have to resubmit? Or should we just have known you can't go beyond 2024? Yeah, okay.
Good answer for that.
All right, well, they also had wondered if there was a way that they all didn't have to go contact the Native American tribes. Did we ever work out anything with that, or do they just, every district who has?
So we've put together a toolkit of how to engage their stakeholders, and we've used a lot of the language that the federal government already has as far as contacting tribal organizations and what you should be doing anyway with your federal funds. We've tried to make it simpler. I think some of the early guidance we gave, we may have not have directed them to the right people to talk to. I think you're going to hear from one of those groups tomorrow, KANAE. And we had reached out to them initially, and then they told us they really didn't feel comfortable with that we really needed to be talking to tribes. And so
Yeah.
the federal definition talks about if you live within 50 miles of a recognized reservation, I guess, and you have students, then you should contact those people,
Yeah.
the tribal leaders.
It'd just be nice if you didn't have to have 60 school districts, or however many it is, reach out to the tribes, and then the tribes answer 60 times, you know what I mean? If there was an easier way to do that, and we could help.
But we've always said
facilitate
that every district is different, and so the needs of my Native American students may be different than the needs of those. And so I think that's part of what this law has tried to get at, is that you need to be talking to these people. We've given districts the guidance that they should, if they have students who identify as Native American, then talk to those families. It's as simple as that,
Okay,
and get their input.
all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Doug, you might point out too, you do now have a couple of districts that serve as good examples for everybody else coming out of the last application you received. I think Lawrence and Phillipsburg.
Lawrence with the university there in their town, they've done a pretty good job. We've also got approximately 15 districts that get Native American funding. That's a direct grant from the federal government to the school district. It does not flow through us. That's Title VI. And so those districts obviously have the population of Native American students in their districts, and they're already familiar with that. So Lawrence is a good example of one who did a good job.
And when it comes to landmines, every time we meet, we find something. So yeah, there's plenty. Ben.
I can wait
Is
till
it,
after.
is this Ben or?
This is me this time.
Okay, go ahead.
I can wait till the end of the presentation.
You're done, aren't you?
No.
You're not?
Judging by that slide, he's not done.
Oh, well, go ahead, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. My mistake.
So we do have a couple of items that we deemed ineligible. Both of them come from Phillipsburg. The first one is for the purchase of an activities bus. The dollar value on here is $180,000. The bus actually costs $250,000, so it's, the district said that they would chip in the other $70,000 for that. We just, understanding the travel in western Kansas, we know that a lot of districts have better than just yellow school buses, but we did not feel like the purchase of this item went along with the intent of the Esser funds. So we had deemed this ineligible, and the district asked us to push this one forward. And then the other one is for $205,000 for playground. The task force has approved outdoor learning spaces, more to the tune of $20,000 to $30,000. We felt like this was excessive at $205,000 and not knowing exactly what it was they were going to purchase for that $200,000. So we deemed that it was not necessary either.
And there was extensive discussion on both of these items, and the task force agreed with the recommendations after the discussion. Ben, now, wait a second.
One more.
One
So
more.
as
I
we
don't
look,
want to rush you,
I know you want me to just get out of here.
but you should be used to that.
So we do have one ESSER 2 for approval. Of the 15 ESSER 3s that were submitted, we do feel like 2 of them meet all the criteria to be fully approved by the state board at this time, and that would be Lawrence and Phillipsburg, except for the 2 items that we determined were ineligible. The other 13 could be conditionally approved with a change in their narratives, stakeholder engagement, those types of things. Now, that's all I have.
Now, Ben.
You sure? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I kind of want to get through the deal is what was the difference between the Phillipsburg request and the Rural Vista? Because they also applied for a school bus and were approved in ESSER 3.
And so as we look at it, the $250,000 would buy about 3 regular school buses. And so I think from the beginning, we've said this is a Chevy grant, not a Cadillac grant. And when we looked up the specs on that $250,000 bus, that was a Cadillac bus.
Okay.
So I think we look at reasonability. Some of the other ones were for increasing the number of bus routes they had to spread kids out so that they didn't have as many kids on the bus transporting them to and from school. We take that into account. This seemed, when it was initially presented to us, it was more along the lines of let's transport our sports teams to games. The response that was on the slide there was their reply to us after that first question, where they included some of the other educational, music, quiz bowl, those kinds of things. But initially it just came across as the basketball teams. So, I mean, there's lots of things we look at. We try to be consistent, but we just felt that this was excessive.
Okay, I appreciate that delineation between the two, because when I hear it wasn't good for this, but it was good for this, I'm like, huh? And I knew there was a reason. Of those 8 schools that we approved from the conditional approval last month, is that all the 8 that we approved last month, or is there still more waiting?
There's still more.
Okay, from what we conditionally approved last month?
Those are 8 that have turned all of their narratives in, all their stakeholder engagement pieces that met the criteria that we think it's okay to go ahead and release their funds. There's still 21 of that 29 that we're still working through.
From last month?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate that, because I was just like, I couldn't remember and I didn't look it up. So with that, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners Task Force on Esser and Eanes distribution of money and approve the public school district expenditure plans for ESSER 3 and the ESSER 2 change request as presented for use of federal COVID-19 relief funds.
Is there a second to that motion? Ann seconds that motion, but we still have questions. Michelle.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. Mine is just a comment that goes back to the 9:30 presentation this morning. When you see $205,000 that they wanted to use from federal funding, and the community sounds like they needed that. They felt like they needed that playground or they needed that equipment. That's going back to what does a community realize that that's needed? Do the businesses realize that? Can we do fundraisers for that? I mean, that's something that if they would have just used that federal funding and just gone without the public knowing that, do they realize that in the back in their community? So that's where I made that comment this morning. I'll make it again. It goes to show that the community needs to know what they don't know what they don't know. So if they don't know that those children need that as a play space or an outdoor space that's a healthy environment for the children, they have to make that pledge to the community. And I think sometimes, making this public awareness has been helpful throughout this whole process. I just want to make that comment because I usually always abstain during the Esser funds. Thank you.
And the task force did not see how this related to COVID, which is, one of the, and I am right about that, aren't I? And we had that discussion. Dina gets 2 questions.
No, it's a stuttering finger, I guess. Hit it twice. With Phillipsburg, if they would revise and go back to maybe saying, hey, we'll fund the remainder, but we'll use the yellow bus amount that it would have cost us if we were buying a yellow bus, would that be approved then if they made?
I can't say yes or no without consulting with everybody else because we do not make these decisions on our own. I would say that as presented, it probably would not because of the way it was presented to us, it was more for activities and not necessarily for spreading kids out. So we try to look at everything. The argument at the task force was made that in western Kansas, we use these big buses. They get down the interstate better than the yellow buses do. We've got 2 to 3 hour road trips. I mean, we consider all of those things, but I think as far as this grant's concerned, we just couldn't see it.
Okay, and the playground, so would there be a way for them to scale that back?
I think if it was concentrated more on the outdoor learning space and those types of things that the task force has kind of set the precedent for, I think that could go. But 200,000 was 5 times what we've approved prior.
Would, have they been told exactly kind of the same vein anyway,
They know that
telling
we have
us?
deemed these ineligible and it was their choice to go ahead and push these forward to the task force and the state board. So,
So they know why it's been denied?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just had a question about 200,000, if you were doing a big playground, really wouldn't be that much. I noticed, I didn't get the whole thing read, but it said something about multi-use, could you put the slide back up with that one? But it sounded like it was a big project.
And I think that was another piece of it, that they had not submitted their capital outlay paperwork that went along with it. So we really, all we have is what this says. We don't know exactly what that $205,000 is going to buy.
Okay, so maybe if they just explained it better, we'd understand, but okay. Thank you.
Ben?
Actually, I do have a question, but then I'll defer to Mrs. Clifford because she also has more questions. This is not a tentative approval on Esser 3, correct? They are done. This is not in terms of their community involvement plan. Like we did last month, we did a tentative approval. This is not a pending approval.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is a pending?
2 of them are completely approved, and
Okay.
and the other will
That-
be conditional.
Even though I made the motion, I was making sure I knew what I was making. So,
It's nice to know that, Ben.
Yeah, I know. Just so I'm clear, then I'll defer to Mrs. Clifford, if that's okay with the chair.
I'm afraid of attorneys, so yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question to clarify. So if a district wants to purchase something that is maybe a little nicer, but the same type of thing that would be approved in a more modest form, that is not allowed under Esser? I'm really talking to the bus issue. If you want to try to get a bus and you're willing to chip in some to get a nicer version of that, that's not allowed because it's excessive in whole?
I don't know if I could really look at it that way. When we look at the bus, it has bucket seats, it has video screens in it, it has all the bells and whistles, and I think that's kind of what we're looking at. We're trying to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Good stewards of everybody's tax money, and so the criteria that we're using, is it reasonable, is it necessary, is it allocable? And so can I stand up here in good faith and say, this is okay? I think is probably what it comes down to. There's times where we just don't feel like we can.
I understand, but I just think that perhaps if you're willing to ask, if you want to ask for the yellow bus cost and then chip in some more to make it a little bit nicer, I guess I don't see the issue with that, and I'm just kind of wondering if they can modify their applications and maybe get some help with that.
So let me add just a little bit of additional clarification on that. And this is something that pertains to anything purchased with federal funds. It's not specific to Esser. But in the case where the district wants to pay a portion out of their federal funds and a portion out of local funds, that's fine. But when we're determining that reasonable and necessary and evaluating it, the criteria we're held to, because this is how it's set up in the law, is to look at the thing to be purchased irrespective of how much is being contributed from this portion, this portion, this portion. So is the thing that they want to buy, is the thing reasonable and necessary, kind of irrespective of how much is being chipped in from different places? But we also, to Doug and to Doug's point, we do look at every single one of these on a case-by-case basis because the details do matter. And if they had, if a district provided really a clear connection between why they needed, these seats, why they needed TVs in the back of each, seat, that sort of thing, maybe that's something that could be allowed. But we're not saying that it couldn't be better than a standard yellow bus, but it's just what was presented was probably above and beyond what a reasonable person would expect.
Thank you. I just have to say, coming from District 5, the many hours of driving that some of these teams go to, and the expectation that students will be doing their schoolwork on the bus. So you need, to have the Wi-Fi and that type of thing available. Sometimes things that might be unreasonable when you have a 20-minute drive to your venue might be different when you have an 8 or 10-hour drive. In regards to the playground as well, later on our agenda, we also have a pilot program that talks about the social, emotional, mental health advantages of students having that recreational time during the day. So I'm kind of wondering with these both these two applications, if maybe they can restructure those or revise them in some way and resubmit them in a way that might be more acceptable. Thank you.
I think it's important to understand that these also have to be part of the discussion. By the way, this is the first time that that it wasn't a unanimous vote of the task force. There were 2 no votes, but they were for different reasons. One no vote was specifically related to the bus, and it was from a person from Western Kansas who said the same thing Gene just said. And the other one is because we have a person that does not believe that we should conditionally approve anything until everybody has done their due diligence with their community. So that was the reason for those no votes. And the discussion was, there may be long bus trips, but there were long bus trips both before and after COVID, and it's unrelated. And so we are very cognizant of the fact that there's a good possibility that districts that spend money that is not directly related to COVID and both the intent of the law, that there is a good possibility that they are going to have to pay that back at some point, because there will be federal audits of this activity. And that's the whole reason for the task force, is to try to protect school districts from that eventuality. I see no other questions. And so I will call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. Abstain. That's 901. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will reconvene at, according to that clock, 11:25. Agenda item is to act on recommendations of the Kansas City Teacher Residency Program, and it appears that Michelle is going to be talking to us. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Porter, members of the board, Dr. Nyan-Swander. Appreciate the opportunity to visit with you all further about the Kansas City Teacher Residency Pilot Program. Brief agenda, we'll talk through that process, answer any questions that you have. But what I want to be able to take an opportunity to clarify with you all is that this is a pilot opportunity, something that we would implement for the next year, look at the data, consider continuation as an opportunity that is not a pilot program. So it would be a limited number of participants, likely less than 6. The program, because we wanted to have a little bit more oversight, would go through Kansas's program approval process, just like any other university in Kansas does through our office. They would also be accredited, just like other universities do as well, going through our state accreditation process. So we feel comfortable making this recommendation to you. It is the first step by the department to walk into a true alternative program. Our universities currently have many innovative opportunities. We allow for innovation at the university level, but this is the first opportunity for true alternative. Nonprofit, you will hear information from other states that have alternative for-profit opportunities. Also, there is no investment on our part as a state agency with the Kansas City Teacher Residency Program, other than the time that our staff would take for the program approval and for the accreditation process. So I wanted you to have that little bit of background before I allow you to answer any questions that you have. I do have members from Kansas City Teacher Residency with me here as well. Dr. King and Andrew are here, and some members of our staff if there are questions relative to either program approval or the accreditation process.
And we have a question from Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wait, is one. I like the idea of them going through the same review process that every other college program does, but isn't it a little odd to approve the program and let it operate before it's even been reviewed?
So they wouldn't be approved tomorrow. They're working through that process in this pilot year. That is something that the pilot would allow them. So they would go through, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes a little time to bring those people together to review. We've had several great conversations about Kansas's program standards with them and what that approval process looks like. So that's part of the timeline of their pilot year.
Okay, well, I know they met the Missouri guidelines. They're an approved teacher training program in Missouri. What if they get to the end of our process and we say, well, we can't approve you?
So we have assured them their candidates would receive a license because of the pilot nature. And again, from my standpoint, that feels comfortable in a pilot opportunity with a limited number. I would not feel comfortable with 60, 75 candidates, but there will be so few. It is a tiny support to the Kansas City, Kansas public school system that addresses a small portion of a much larger issue related to vacancies.
Do we need to, just as a question, do we need to modify our motion to say that this is dependent on their meeting our program guidelines and meeting all the standards by, say, the end of this year, school year, next school year? I guess it actually wouldn't go into effect till this fall, right?
Another piece I might share with you that's correct is that the candidates that the Kansas City Teacher Residency Program are fishing from, if you will, I'm going to use Andrew's language, are not traditionally the same swimming pool or pond that universities would be picking from. So these are candidates that already have bachelor's degrees that might be pursuing a master's opportunity. They're just in a different lineup to coming into the classroom than our university candidates might be.
Yeah, but do you think we need to add that language to this recommendation?
That might make good sense to me, yes.
Would you give me some words then?
So I would say dependent upon meeting program preparation approval.
And let's let the other questions go before we actually make a
There we
motion.
go, program
Yeah,
review.
I'm just thinking out
Okay,
loud.
that's
Yep.
fine, that's fine.
Program review and state accreditation.
Anything else, Ann, before I move on? Janet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, they do have to have a bachelor's degree, is that correct?
Correct.
In order to participate in this program. What happened with the Pittsburgh program that KCK was working with? They had a fellows program up.
They did. Through the Innovative Schools program, many years ago, they were allowed an opportunity to partner with the Pittsburgh State University Teacher Preparation Program so that those candidates could audit teacher preparation coursework. It wasn't necessarily transcripted or given grades or anything along those lines. And it still exists for some of the candidates who have completed it. That allows them to teach only in Kansas City, Kansas. I do not know and can get you the number of new to that opportunity candidates in the last couple of years. I don't know that off the top of my head.
You know, I understand that Fort Hayes also had a program. They were working with Fort Hayes on something similar. Is that correct?
Fort Hayes would have the restricted program. I do not know that Kansas City, Kansas would want to have their teaching staff go to Fort Hayes or participate, maybe via online means or something like that. I'm not aware of that opportunity.
Okay, those are a few questions I just simply wanted to ask, but I'd like to also say that I'm not opposed to this. I want to make that perfectly clear. I think we need to look at other options. There's no doubt in my mind we need to look at other options of what we need to do. However, I'm concerned, and here's my major concern, is we're establishing precedent when we do this. This is the first time we will have ever done anything like this for teacher licensure, and maybe it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's even a bad thing. I mean, you know, but I was always trained as a board member when I was on the local board that you don't establish a precedent without making sure you crossed all your T's and dotted all your I's. I mean, so what we're doing today would be to be doing this. So what I would simply like to ask is that maybe we wait just 1 month and kind of get a little more information. I'd like more information, but I'd like to know what other states are doing. I would like to see how they're working and how many teachers they're bringing in. I mean, what percentage are they able to bring in and how it's working through them? And I'd also like to hear maybe some comments from some universities to see if they could possibly do that, because I'm a little concerned. It's my understanding they will use UMKC, which is an excellent school. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying it's not, but it's not a Kansas school. I'm kind of prejudiced.
Right,
you
and
know.
actually they would not. They would use their own staff, their
Okay.
own staff. That's why this program approval of Kansas is so important. They would use their staff to teach the Kansas preparation standards. And you are right about a new step. And the beauty of the new step of this particular opportunity is the year-long residency opportunity. Those candidates spend a year under the careful tutelage of a licensed Kansas teacher to be in classrooms for that entire year of residency before they are considered teacher of record, unlike the 12 weeks that we require of most teacher preparation programs now, 12 to 16.
Right, well, like I say, I'm not opposed to the idea, we absolutely need to do this, but I think it's my understanding we're gonna have a real challenge next year. I mean, this is not a KCK problem, this is a statewide problem, we're looking at the entire state.
Yes, ma'am.
So we need to see what we can do, and, anyway, so that's all I'm asking. I'd just like to simply ask that we wait at least 1 month to get more information so we can make sure we have crossed all our Ts and dotted all our Is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben?
Thank you,
Is that
Mr.
you, Ben?
It is me this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has this been presented to teacher vacancy and supply?
Yes.
And what's their input on this?
So because they are the teacher vacancy and supply committee, if I say, hey, I have an opportunity for 6 candidates to come into classrooms, they're going to say, further explore this.
Okay. My hesitancy is not coming from the program itself. It's approving a program before it's gone through the regulatory chain.
Understood.
So the timing of it is my biggest concern. Because if we do it this way, if I have Emporia State come to me, hey, we just did the hard of hearing, hey, we want to do a TSVI program, we want program approval before we go through the regulatory process, will we say yes?
Not likely.
Exactly. Exactly. So that's my only hesitancy. This is a precedent-setting move, and that is probably my biggest, deepest concern is that aspect.
May I respond only to say this was an pilot opportunity to address two earlier pilots supported by the board. The elementary one, if you remember when we did the limited apprentice for paraprofessionals to go into special ed, a year later, the data showed that that was successful, but that the elementary one was not. So we did not continue that opportunity and thought that this could be another opportunity to look at a pilot for elementary teaching.
So this would
Thank you.
essentially create, loosely, in my mind, a similar path to transition to teach as we do for secondary for elementary.
Correct.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation. Thank you so much.
Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I don't think we need another month. I mean, we had a month to dig into this if we had concerns, and I had concerns, so I did some digging into it. But I think the support and the mentoring is way better than you get in transition to teaching. And I think these guys need to know if they can move on or not. I think with just a limited pilot, there's not that much risk and there's a lot to gain. The only other question about an amended motion is, I didn't want to just say dependent on meeting program review and state accreditation, because then they'd have to do that first, but by the end of the 22-23 school year.
May I consult with my team for 1 second on that so I make sure I have the right language for you?
So everybody up here can visit amongst themselves what they're doing.
I got you. I wanted to make sure I had the right language for you. The state accreditation piece is much longer than the 1 year will allow. You would amend the motion to say pending program review approval. The program that they're implementing to candidates needs to be married to our Kansas preparation standards, and that's what they are working through right now. So pending that full program review and approval process. The state accreditation piece, I believe they will continue to work through, but it will not be finished within a year because of it is a longer review.
And approval process.
Right. And I would tell you the reason why that is longer is they wouldn't have any data yet. They need data to look at for that accreditation process, and their data would not quite bear out enough information for them.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, are you ready for a motion or not?
Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute, I lost it.
And then there'll be other questions.
Sure. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the Kansas City Teacher Residency Program as an alternative elementary licensure pilot for elementary teaching, dependent on meeting program review and approval.
And Betty seconds that motion. Melanie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we know, we are facing that shortage. And we also know that a lot of teachers over the last couple of years have started to feel very devalued. So my question for whoever wants to answer it, particularly if you've worked with teachers doing this in other places, how do we reassure our Kansas teachers that this is not devaluing the work that they do? And how do we assure the folks coming into this program that they are going to be treated with respect when they finally earn that badge of teacher?
So your member, Ben, made the comment about the teacher vacancy and supply committee. That's been a primary focus of their work, and I am wide open for solutions to both of those questions that you pose. I don't have ready answers for you. I think there are broader conversations across our state we need to have with that as a primary focus and with 2 or 3 other huge primary focus as well, but that one is a challenge, and I would look to them, and I'm not sure we were just having that very same conversation. I don't know if they would have any specific, would you have anything else to add?
I can add.
Please.
We seek to do, yeah. So we look to instill pride in the profession early on through the recruiting and interview process during Summer Institute, and then even who we think about pairing them with as a mentor. because we want mentors and school environments that are cultivating that positive energy for educators, and we're constantly finding ways as a team to really instill like the pride in this profession, and knowing that at the heart of every person on the team, like we are educators and teachers at the core. And so through what is in a sphere of our influence, that's how we seek to influence that. And we've seen that we're doing that even with our folks on the Missouri side this year and over the last couple of years, of whether it's bringing treats out to their school or finding ways for them to come to our office to meet for coffee, being that person they could call upon at any time. And that's the role that we can play. And then we are open to playing larger roles and working with state agencies and thinking through how do we support all teachers across the board.
Michelle, can I have one additional thought?
Yes.
So just to build on what Charles has already shared, if the question is, how do we ensure that people feel that the teaching profession is something that can be sustained, something they can continue doing rather than exiting? One of the major focuses of our program and our organization is teacher retention. And there's a lot of different ways that we do that, some of the ways that Charles just named, but one of the things I really believe and our program believes is that people stay in a profession when they feel successful. So if you're waking up every day, you're having a positive impact on students' learning and development, that's going to be the thing that tethers you to the profession. We all know that education is not something that's particularly lucrative, although we as an organization strive to ensure that we're partnering with school districts that are going to pay a living wage, among other things. But at the end of the day, between coaching supports that KCTR offers for the first 3 years while residents become licensed teachers, as well as affinity spaces and groupings that allow residents to come together and share best practices, ongoing development with mentor teachers, our program is really geared towards the idea that if you become an excellent teacher and you see the impact that you're having on students, that's going to be the thing that's going to keep you invested in the profession and keep you coming back day over day. It's not just burnout that causes people to leave professions, including teaching. It's not feeling successful and not feeling as if you're having the positive impact that you're looking to have. Our program is intensive, it's rigorous. To go back to the question around not wanting to devalue the profession, we're very upfront with candidates for our program. This is not a shortcut, not even remotely. The number of hours that residents put into the development that they have to go through the clinical side of the program, being on site 4 days a week for the duration of a full school year, the intensive seminar coursework that they go through on Mondays, coupled with a methods coursework that they attend on Wednesday evenings. It is a very intensive year, and in that aspect, we're very upfront. This is not a way to sidestep a traditional EPP development or a licensure program. It is a way to condense that without losing any of the quality or content into a single year. And we feel that the intense nature and the rigorous nature of the program denotes the idea that this is a valuable profession and one that only people who are able to rise to the occasion should be able to take on.
Appreciate those answers. Thank you.
Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I promise this will be the last time I talk about it. The lack of a better term, expiration date. So like when we do review, these approvals only last for a certain amount of time, correct? What's the time frame on this approval?
So they're gonna need the full year, right? So a year from now, you would have a year is fine, yep. I think
So
that year, yes,
So they'd come back to us next spring.
correct.
And present so this would be like a conditional.
Yes, and I'm happy to bring you numbers in the fall that they have recruited and entered into the program as well.
Okay, so this is good through June 30th of 23?
Correct.
So, okay, thank you.
May I make one more comment about the mentoring and the question was asked, what are we thinking we need to do, the valuing of the profession? I was looking at some other retention recruitment data in Kansas this morning and it bears that out. The value that you heard Andrew speak about of the profession, coming to the table every day and being valued, there's a lot of work there for leadership and learning how to do that in schools, et cetera. The mentoring, our data in Kansas shows that strong mentoring partnership, strong and effective mentoring has a higher retention rate. So those are some of the things that we need to do. I felt less than able to answer your question and I had a moment to think. Thank you.
Michelle.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. I forget the last time we had a presentation on this, the funding source. Is it from the district then, where they would be
A partnership. It is a partnership. Remember, this is an AmeriCorps originating opportunity, and then they also work in partnership with the district, and I'm assuming several other nonprofit organizations as well.
That's what I.
There is no investment, again, from KSDE aside from our time.
Okay, thank you.
And to follow up, what's the investment of the student? And after, Dr. King, stay there because I've got several questions.
So the students will contribute roughly $16,000 towards the program.
Over the course of a year?
Over the
Or
course
longer
of 2
than that?
years. 2
Okay.
years. And then.
So about $8,000 a year?
Correct. And then we have revenue from AmeriCorps. And so we talked about last time that we'd be coming through as an AmeriCorps program, hopefully as an approval later this spring. And then also from the district partnership fees, which are roughly $15,000. And then we have private philanthropy that contributes to the organization locally within the Kansas City metro area.
Okay, and so actually, we're being asked to approve your program in lieu of going to a university. So tell me about the qualifications of the people that are dealing with your faculty.
My faculty, yeah. So we have our main 2 instructors both have years of experience in the K-12 sector. One as a principal, both as principals. Both have served as instructional coaches. They have over 15 years in the K-12 experience, and they've been instructors in our program for 5 years so far. For our methods courses, we have individuals who are currently working in school districts or schools and have either ed specialists or advanced degrees, and are steeped in the content in which they're instructing. And so that's for elementary. We have an elementary teacher who's been a teacher for a mentor of ours, has been teaching for over 20 years, and is very knowledgeable, and her students are successful in that content manner.
Earlier today, in our first presentation, we heard that some of the barriers for students was the fact that they couldn't work, and when they were student teaching, for instance. Is that a barrier here? Can they? Do they have to quit their jobs to do this?
Short answer, yes. This is their commitment. So we do offer a $20,000 living stipend to each of the people in our program during a residency year, and that's helpful. That's to aid offsetting the cost for having an apartment, buying groceries, gas, but we want them to be able to be fully committed to the program and to be at schools 4 days a week and be in our program on Mondays for seminar. And so it's not what we would ideally like it to be, but it's something, and it's something more that they would get if they were to take 2 years, being a traditional EPP for 2 years.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Jim.
I just want to clarify, in the recommended motion, are we going to insert year-long for pilot?
My recommendation would be you do the June 30, 2023.
Just put the date in?
Yeah, if that's okay with you all.
That's what you want to do.
Is that in the motion now?
However, now that I'm thinking about that, a review a year from now might be better than waiting till June, because I think the 365-day calendar year is, you want June? June would be preferred. You've changed my motion around, so I apologize for.
The idea was that they would, they do program review and approval, and you thought that would take a little longer, right?
The accreditation piece is what
Oh,
would take
okay.
longer. Program review and approval, in a year, I could report to you where we were with that process. And we could have data at that time as well.
Well, okay, so right now the motion says blah, blah, dependent on meeting program review and approval. And then we're going to say by,
If you need a recommendation from us on a timestamp, that June
By
would,
June 2023.
yes.
Okay.
That'd work.
Is that acceptable to you, Betty, if you second the motion? Okay. One other question, and I think you answered this the last time. This is Dr. King again.
Okay.
I think you answered this the last time, but I've slept since then. This program has been in place in Missouri for a while.
Yes, we've been in place for 6 years in
What's your
Missouri.
success rate?
We have close to 200 that have completed our program so far, and over a 3-year retention rate within the classroom. We're right above 70%, which is well above the state average. Our demographics, we have roughly about 45% of our program graduates are people of color, and over 20% are men. Which is well above the performance of traditional EPPs in the state of Missouri right now. We have currently in our cohort, cohort 6, which is our first cohort that we're having back in person fully. We've had 87% of them are successfully on track to complete the program, and we have been able to retain where we have close to half of that class are identifying as people of color this year.
And regardless of the outcome of this motion, I see this as a small step toward moving forward. We may need, we need, I think a conservative estimate would be we'll need 1,000 teachers or more. And this is a small step. So regardless of the outcome of this motion, I would like to follow up on what Janet said, and I would like for us to have information and recommendations about ways to address the larger issue that I consider 1,000, 6 or 7 or there. I'm not opposed to that. But I consider it a Band-Aid of a much larger problem, and so I would like to follow up Janet's request, regardless of the outcome of this motion, that we have a recommendation, some options about how to make it to address what we consider the critical shortage, and we're going to have to and certainly want to include input from the teacher organizations
Yes.
as we move forward in that area.
And our universities stand ready to engage in that conversation, and we'll work to broaden that. HR, district support, system support, Department of whomever we can get to come to the table to help us problem solve and bring quality recommendations to you all in the near future.
Okay, thank you, Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, I have another question for you. I thought of this when we were talking. Are you planning on expanding this program if everything works out exactly as you plan, and you get accredited and all that? Will you intend to expand it to other districts in Kansas?
I believe that would be their intent over time. That is going to be down the road, but
Right.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
And to follow up on that, what's the potential?
To do that,
No, what's the potential to increase it from 6 to 1,000?
so alone they won't be.
No pressure, Dr. King.
Yeah, exactly. Again, I think many people, our education preparation program folks, stand ready to join in that conversation and realize that task is ahead of them as well. So,
Okay, thank you, Ben.
This is a question for the carrier of the motion. Made a proposal for clarity's sake in the motion.
You want me to just reread it?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I restate the motion, Mr. Chair?
You certainly may.
Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the Kansas City Teacher Residency Program as an alternative elementary licensure pilot for elementary teaching through June 30th, 2023, dependent on meeting program review and approval.
And that's still your second. I see no other questions, so we are going to vote at this point. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed? Abstain. And the motion carries. We'll expect good things. Now, I believe
Lunch.
that we will reconvene at 1:30 after lunch. The afternoon session of the Kansas State Board of Education is called to order. There are several things that are really exciting, and one of the things that, and some things are more exciting than others, but one of the things that we really enjoy doing is recognizing excellence, and we're going to have the opportunity to do that a couple of times this afternoon, and so I'm going to turn the program over to Tate.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. So I'm very honored to be here today. It's the first of a couple presentations this afternoon where we're going to honor some of our great schools across the state of Kansas. And the two I'm going to introduce are our two 2022 or 2021 ESEA Distinguished Schools. We have two with us today. I'm going to introduce both of them. We're going to show you a short video that they created to be shown at the national conference, which our national ESEA conference was last month in New Orleans, where both these schools got honored. And then we'll let the principals and staffs from the districts and these two schools talk briefly about their experience to accomplish what they've accomplished and what they were able to learn in their travels to New Orleans for the National ESEA Conference. So our first award winner is for Category 1, our Exceptional Student Performance for 2 or more consecutive years, and that is Lincoln Memorial Elementary School out of the Caney Valley School District, USD 436. Cameron Traxon is the principal, Blake Vargas is the superintendent, and I will ask them to come up with their staff as we go ahead and look at their video here.
It's very exciting so far.
Yeah, they made really good circles on here. There we go.
There we go.
Hi, I'm Cameron Traxon, and I'm proud to be the principal of Lincoln Memorial Elementary in Caney, Kansas. Here at Lincoln, we are excited about all the things that we do to ensure student success. With our 32 certified teachers and 25 classified support staff members, we understand that strong collaboration, along with making every decision with the student in mind, builds a community that can achieve great accomplishments. Our school provides a strong vertical alignment through our recently adopted math and reading curriculums to provide students with a Tier 1 instruction that is closely monitored by daily work, formative assessments, and consistent collaboration among grade levels. This grade level collaboration time is called PLC time. This is a protected time where grade level teachers meet to discuss instruction, student gains or concerns, and their plan of instruction for tiered intervention. Our title teacher, title support staff, counselor, and special education teacher, as well as myself, regularly attend these meetings. This group of individuals then prepare and deliver the interventions needed to support all students in that grade level. From these meetings, teachers in the school work with their whole class, small groups, and individually to teach students what they need to know to move forward in their education. The time spent with the title support paras is done in small groups or individuals to help students master skills they may have missed or need extra practice with. Students that don't make progress with these interventions are then brought to our student intervention team process for further support. One recently added support for our students that has contributed to our current successes is the implementation of our 21st Century CCLC After School Program grant. Our ACES program provides a much-needed support system for our students and families in our latchkey district. Statistics have shown after 1 year of implementation that students that consistently attend the program perform 22% higher than those that did not. Within ACES, we continue to support classroom instruction as well as offer electives like sign language, Spanish, and art. At Lincoln, we love our students, families, and community in a way that can't be replicated anywhere else. That is why here at Lincoln, we are here to learn, think, and care.
And I'll go ahead and turn it over to the three of you.
All right, hello. I'm Cameron Traxon, and I'm the principal of Lincoln Memorial Elementary in the Caney Valley School District. I have with me our Superintendent Blake Vargas and my library media specialist and testing coordinator from the elementary, Melissa Maddox. First off, I want to say thank you for allowing us to come and share the great things that we have going on at Caney Valley, as well as KSDE for, thank you for the selection and allowing us the opportunity to attend the ESEA conference. It was an amazing opportunity. First off, it's an honor to be selected for Category 1 High Achievement for 2 or more consecutive years. No offense to the other schools here, but I get to go to school and be with the best teachers and best students in the state of Kansas every day. Teachers like Melissa Maddox pour their heart and soul into our students every day, and they go above and beyond to do those things. Providing a culture of high expectations and high achievement is just something that we do day in and day out. This also accounts for our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students continuing to close the achievement gap year after year, proving that COVID had little to no effect on our academics at the school with the achievement that we gained. So as for the conference, once again, thank you to the state for allowing us the chance to go. The first day of the conference, I actually met a individual that was on the NASPA board, and she said, "You don't know the impact of Kansas on this conference right now, but you will by the time it's all said and done." Obviously, Dean Zajic is our president for the ESEA, and we also had 2 keynote presenters there, Tabitha Rossbroy and Sarah Smarsh, an author from Kansas, as well as many other sessions. And then also in the opening keynote, during Kathleen Budge's keynote, she mentioned or talked about somebody you probably know, Dr. Tiffany Anderson, here in Topeka. And that kind of set the tone for the conference for me. She goes by the motto, boots on the ground. And that's really what us at Lincoln Memorial Elementary, our boots are on the ground every single day. We're doing what it takes to make sure that we're providing for the kids what they need to get them where they need to be. Also with the conference personally, one thing that I was able to attend was more information on how to meet teachers' needs during this time. We're doing a great job with meeting students' needs, but those teachers' needs are also kind of getting pushed to the side, and with all the stress and everything that's coming from the past 2 years, it was good to hear all the great things that other schools are doing for their teachers and providing that support so they can continue their job and feel successful. With that being said, I'm going to turn things over to Mrs. Maddox, and she can share her take on the conference.
Hello, I'm Melissa Maddox, and I'm the library media specialist at our elementary, and we serve pre-K through 6th grade. And the focus of this conference was to recommit, renew, and reimagine, and I felt like many of the sessions were geared towards that, and I left feeling kind of reinvigorated to head back to the building and get going on some of the things that I had learned. One of the speakers that I attended was Karen Bryan Chambers, and she was a principal in one of the New Orleans schools right after Hurricane Katrina hit, and she focused on that transformational leadership framework, and she did an amazing job. And one of her quotes that she said was, "As educators, we must start to accept that easier is not walking through the door anytime soon." And we've seen that over the years. It gets harder and harder, but we keep pounding away to try to provide a good education for these students. As a library media specialist, I took a lot of way from a workshop that involved recommitting to hands-on engaging strategies for all students. We've got to get back to letting our students be problem solvers by giving them open-ended questions and letting them come up with ways to solve different activities. One of them, they gave us a bag, and in that bag there was a flip-flop, and we had to design a new type of shoe and explain, why we had done this. There was also a few other items. We had to make an animal that had moving parts. And for me, I was just like, whoa, I can't do this stuff. But I can imagine if I was to give that stuff to my students, how they would react. And some of them would be like me, very scared. But then we've got some of those that would just, I could see flourish in an activity like that. Another workshop I attended involved creating passionate young readers and writers, and she suggested, which was something I had never really thought of, letting them draw first before they do the writing because it creates more ownership. And that struck with me, and I thought that's something I'm definitely going to do. In the library, we write stories. I've been doing it every other year, and through Student Treasures, we have those published, and the kids and parents can buy them. And we write the story, and then we draw the picture, and I thought how nice that would be to let them draw it first and then write about it. So one last workshop I want to mention was put on by 3 teachers and an admin at Parkway School in Virginia Beach, which is Twin Canals, and they titled it Be the Change. And 2 of their students were involved in a shooting, and their attendance wasn't good and parent involvement was minimal. Our school definitely does not fall into that category, but I definitely can see where they worked and did an activity every month that brought the community in, and that's something that I know the principal and I have discussed this along with the other staff members that went, is how much we want to pull the community in and just become more of a large family and not just this school being a separate entity from the actual community that we're in. So I will turn it over to Mr. Vargas.
I just want to thank Chairman Porter again and the State Board and everyone here today for this recognition. My philosophy always has been is hire the best and get out of the way. And I think you've heard that from these 2 individuals today. But I do want to thank the leadership, the vision that this state board has had, the Commissioner of Education, the countless school districts across the state, because honestly, that open door policy allows us to go in and look at those practices that are around us. So I really feel like this award is reflective of all those neighboring districts, all those that have lent their support and their help, because that's who we model it after. We're always on the phone with each other, looking at those ideas, bringing them back into our own districts, and we wouldn't be here without that support from countless individuals. The family and community has supported us in ways throughout. That's always something that's been consistent there in Caney from my time for as long as I can remember. And they've always challenged us as leaders to expand the success that we've seen and to think outside the box. And that's what we're going to continue to do as we move through this. And then finally, again, I just want to say that I can assure you that they made their time not only in the sessions, as you heard, but from the multitude of messages that I had and emails, they saw plenty of vendors as well, because I had lots of calls, and I still had those as they went through about resources they've been needing. But it's great to see them and to have that opportunity. That would not have been afforded without the support from KSDE and from the board. So from the bottom of my heart, from our community, from those in our district, and from the kids, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much.
First, you're not through yet. No. First of all, congratulations. We're very, this is a great honor. I want to ask a couple of questions, though, that are somewhat, you talked about supporting, you did a good job of supporting students, but teachers need support. And can you kind of, first of all, tell us, you talked about hiring the best, and I'll take your word for that. But how are you supporting teachers at this point, and what can we do we've had this discussion earlier today about the fact that we're expecting more than 1,000 vacancies, maybe unfilled vacancies across the state. What can we do to better honor and respect teachers?
I think honestly, and I have to take a moment to brag that last year we were a district that didn't have a single vacancy. And I think that is creating the culture, and again, having those best once they get in there. We've been very blessed with that. It becomes with the support that not only on the staff, but also the leadership and the principals that we have there. But really, we've been very focused on that in our professional development. You've seen opportunities within our district that every time that we meet, we give that time for self-care. We talk about that. We've been able to build that in. We had a professional development day where in the afternoon we kind of had some things that we wanted staff to be able to talk about and really drive some conversations, but that may have been an opportunity when we were throwing a little bit of cornhole and stuff. We kind of had an outdoor barbecue opportunity with them, and so we had those conversations, but we're unique about the self-care side of it. I think it's that open door policy that we talk about, whether it be my office, whether it be Mr. Jackson's, whoever it is, they know they can come in and really talk with us. And I think that's been important for us. As far as from the state board, I just appreciate you guys' continued leadership. And I think that to continue to fight the good fight. I say that, and I know that that's the thing that I remind these guys every day, is that I'm never going to be upset as long as you keep kids first in every decision. And I think as long as we remember that and focus on that, I think that that's what we need. And again, like I normally do, I'm going to get out of the way for some that are going to have better answers than I would. So.
Truly, I think it's making the teachers aware of their needs. And, you know, they're always going to put the students' needs first. You know, we've been telling them for years, you better be at school unless you're on your deathbed. Well, now we're saying, hey, don't come to school if you feel ill. So, I mean, those mixed messages, and they still feel that need to be on there with when they're still not feeling well. But we also have to take that into consideration and say, hey, you've got to take care of yourself first. So if you need to take that mental health day, if you need to come in and have that conversation, just like Mr. Vargas said, that door's always open. I think we've created a culture that is that open door policy, that you can have those conversations, and that is through our PD once again. You know, those that weren't throwing cornhole that day were actually doing a, I want to say it wrong, yeah. Painting with mocktails, lemonade, and painting. So kind of those sessions that you don't typically see on a PD day, but we are taking care of our own and making sure that they know that they are supported and that they need to take care of themselves too. So.
Well, as a staff member, I'll just attest to the fact of the PD days this year have been amazing and were much needed. Sometimes you have those PD days, it's one size fits all, and for me as library media specialist, that wasn't always the case. This year we've had a day where we got to pick the morning sessions, we got to pick our own, and of course we had to turn it in and get it approved, but I was able to do some great sessions on some introduction of some new library books. That has been a blessing to have that opportunity. And so it took us saying, hey, we need to have more for us, what's going to help us in our career. And they've listened, and it's been amazing this year. So.
You didn't get a warning, but I'll warn the next group that I'm going to ask the same question. And we have questions from Betty Arnold.
Well, actually, I'm not going to ask this question of the next group. I probably will have a different question. But just based on listening to you, and it does my heart a lot of good, because when you find out that the caring starts from the top and comes down, you know, I know that our kids are benefiting from that. So, first of all, I wanted to acknowledge that now to get to my question, because you've touched on a little bit of this. One of the things that I'm kind of curious about, we often hear the statement, and one of my colleagues brought it up this morning, of teachers feeling devalued. The thing that always comes to mind for me is that internal or external? And I don't know, it sounds like you have such a cohesive group. You might not have an idea on the morale issue. But if you do, would you think that that's where that comes from, or is it both places? Because in order to try and impact a change, you got to understand what it is you're trying to change. So a little bit of input from anyone would be appreciated.
I can start again, then turn it over. But I think it does begin with that acknowledgement of these past few years have been unlike anything that anyone has ever faced in education. And I think for some, that challenge is one that has been accepted and that you're able to rise to. But it seems like every chance or every time you think you're able to take a breath or move forward, there's something else that may be coming up. And so I think those external factors are very real. And that's something that we've tried to acknowledge and have those conversations to say that if we come together and talk about those, if we come together as a family and acknowledge what is beating us down and what's giving us trouble, then we can truly get through that. And so I think it starts with that openness. But internally, I haven't seen that. My staff, I've been very lucky, and I say this humbly that, as Mr. Traxon said, I'm lucky to work alongside the ones that I do. I am absolutely blessed day in and day out at their dedication and at their internal drive. And we talk about that. Our kind of overall focus, we say, is building up lifelong passion under proven success. And the educators and every staff member, it doesn't matter what they do for our building, their passion is for kids. And that's the one thing I want to know when I interview them. It doesn't matter what job they're doing for me, whether they're getting our kids safely to school on a bus, whether it's in the classroom, whether it's making sure that we keep it clean and healthy as these viruses come around. It's just as important. It takes everybody to be able to do that. And so I think it's acknowledging those external factors, and then for us, it's trying to recruit those local individuals. I know we have several that are in college right now that we're trying to grow and bring back to our community. And so I think it starts very intentionally when they get into that secondary level about how teaching can be an outstanding and rewarding profession, giving that opportunity to be connected, and then and all hopes is to reel them and get them right back at home. So.
Last year, our school felt like we were a well-oiled machine. I mean, we ran through COVID like it didn't have an effect on us, and it did, obviously. But we did some really great things to provide for our kids in a time of uncertainty. Coming in this year, our teachers were exhausted. They put in the effort last year, and they came back to a school site that we didn't know what it was going to look like. We didn't know what changes were going to be made. And so I had that conversation with Mr. Vargas and said, you know, the morale, it just seems different this year. And that's exactly what you're talking about. And so he thought on that. He didn't answer. He's pretty good about that, not answering and then thinking and coming back later with some questions for me. But he didn't question me this time. He sent an article that dealt with burnout, staff burnout. And as I read through that article, it was like, there it is. Our staff is burned out based off of the exhaustion from last year. And how do we provide that? And that went to our, I took that to our director of learning, and then we started working as a staff, as an admin team to figure out how can we provide a safe zone for our teachers to feel like they are valued, how they are taken care of by their own. And so that gave us the opportunity to move into those PD days as well as support in other ways, and have understanding. Just like I said earlier, be here even unless you're on your deathbed. That's not how we approach things at Caney. It is truly, how are you doing? How's your family? And really investing in that person rather than their job. So.
And I'll just wrap it up with, in our building, we have every morning what we call a morning meeting, morning assembly. And the very last thing that we end with was, we are here at Lincoln to learn, think, and care. We all recite that together. And as a staff member, every time I say it, I have to remind myself, I'm here, I'm learning along with these kids. I'm learning, hey, this didn't work. Let me try something new next time. I'm thinking about watching what I say, the tone that I say it with, because I don't ever want a kid to leave my room thinking, gosh, she is mean today. And caring. I want every one of those babies when they leave to think that, yeah, she loves me and cares about me. So as I'm saying that, I'm thinking in my head, I've got, even though I may have came in a little upset this morning, I'm exhausted. I'm here to learn, think, and care along with every person in that building, students and adults. So that's how I'll wrap that up.
Well,
Thank you.
Again, we congratulate you. Would you stay for a few minutes, because after the next presentation, we'll want to take some pictures with the board member that represents you. Sorry, Blake. But thank you very much, and this is you are to be really congratulated for an excellent job. The enthusiasm and the support and the love really shows through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And a couple things before we go on with our next honoree is, we mentioned that there were 2 schools from Kansas that received this award, but one thing we didn't mention when we started was there were only 49 awarded across the country. So these are 2 of 49 districts across the country receiving this award. So it's not something that a lot of districts are able to receive. The second thing that I've heard, and I don't know if you paid attention when I mentioned the conference was in New Orleans, is if you really want some beads from New Orleans, Mr. Traxon brought some that he's more than willing to share. And I kind of questioned that at first, thinking, that's a lot of weight to put in your suitcase. Well, then he reminded us where they are in Caney, it was actually better for them to drive to New Orleans than to fly. So any of you that would like some beads from New Orleans and Mardi Gras this year, Mr. Traxon can set you up today.
We are live streamed, and we will not go through the New Orleans
Okay,
activity
that sounds like
that
a
require
good
that. That will
idea.
not be appropriate in this room.
Okay. So we'll bring the PowerPoint back up here, and we'll go on to our next category, which is closing the achievement gap between student groups. And our focus at KSD is we are always looking at our poverty students versus non-poverty students when we look at our Title I schools. So our honoree this year is Bertram Carruthers Elementary School out of USD 500, Kansas City. Their principal, Molly Struzzo, and their superintendent, Anna Stubblefield. And I'll ask both of you with your staff to come on up as we play your video. And there's your circle again, Chairman Porter.
At least we're consistent.
My name is Molly Struzzo, and I am the principal of Bertram Carruthers in Kansas City, Kansas. We are much more than a neighborhood school. We are a family. At Carruthers, we have 450 students pre-K through 5th grade. Our student body includes a diverse population, including 4 different languages. This distinguished school honor is a true testament to the hard work being done at Carruthers and the commitment to our students. We received this award for closing the achievement gap. Teachers, staff, students, and families are committed to a focus of student growth. Everyone keeps asking, what did you do to get this growth? We focused on mastery. We focused on individual growth and practice. Lots and lots of practice. Every staff member, every student, every family played a part in receiving this distinguished honor.
Okay, please come on up.
Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Molly Struzzo, and I have with me Michelle Manning, who at the time was my instructional coach, but she decided she needed to be an assistant principal, and she left me. And then Kristen McLeod, our school counselor. So we are also extremely honored to be here. We're still celebrating. We're also just still getting used to the idea of being honored. When Tate called, I needed him to repeat himself a couple times, and that's because we've been on the bottom of the list for so long. And to get that call and know that we were moving up was something I'll never forget. So I'm gonna tell you a little bit about what we did to get here. So exactly 2 years ago, We were in Michelle's space, standing at our data wall, analyzing that third round of interim data and moving those names up the wall. And it was at that time that we realized that through our efforts, we had almost completely eliminated every student that scored in that one category, in that not proficient area. And like I said before, unfortunately, that was an area that we had sat in for such a long time, and they were moving. All of them were moving. So we started out just like everybody else does, making sure that we knew those standards. We broke those standards apart. We put them back together. We practiced and practiced and practiced what students needed to know as adults first. We practiced the standard. We practiced the teaching. We figured out how we were going to meet them, and then we took it to the students. Sometimes that meant we were planning Wednesday based on what happened on Tuesday, and sometimes that meant we were planning Thursday and Friday based on what happened on Wednesday. But we taught and we retaught and we reassessed, and then we taught some more, and then we planned some more, and that just kept going and going. And then we watched the students start to move also. From my view, though, one of the most important things that we did was we got to know students on an individual level. Now, you're probably thinking, isn't that what teachers do anyway? Yes. A kindergarten teacher can tell you just a few weeks into the school year who can write their name, who knows what letters, who knows what numbers. But this was different. We knew what every student could do, but we also knew what they couldn't do, and we were starting to figure out why they couldn't do it. And then that's what our plans were made about. And then we watched that. We watched those ones turn into twos, and we watched those twos turn into threes, and we watched students be able to perform on grade level, all students, something that we had never seen before at Carruthers. Motivation was definitely a key factor. We had intrinsic motivation, extrinsic. We were doing it all. We were shooting hoops in the gym after PE. We were passing out snacks. Attendance was at an all-time high. Kids wanted to come to school. They couldn't wait to come to school. They could not wait to learn something else. So I'm going to step back for a couple minutes and let Michelle and Kristen share, and then I will wrap up with our time at the conference.
Good afternoon. Just looking at the lens of an instructional coach, some of the things that I thought that really brought to the success of our school at closing the achievement gap was really being able to see and promote the school-wide change by empowering our teachers and supporting them as learners, not only learners, but leaders within their own classrooms. Staff collaborating together, learning together, and just the matching of teacher instructional strengths with what students really need. That was a big part of the work inside and outside of the classroom. A lot of the instructional coaching that was done capitalized really on collaboration opportunities for students and teachers, collaborating for students, teachers for having that ongoing coaching cycles and intentional planning that focus on our students' needs. Like Ms. Struzo mentioned earlier, we talked about the standard-based planning, and we had to really get good with breaking down the standards. We can't expect our students to be able to perform at mastery if we didn't know what mastery looked like and what it sounded like. So a lot of our work and intense coaching was behind breaking down those standards, understanding what that mastery looked like, and then aligning the resources and materials that we had for students to really experience that targeted instruction designed to empower teachers, by increasing their professional capacity, and then as a result, impacting student learning. A lot of the work I did was side-by-side coaching with our students, with our teachers. You know, we couldn't be afraid with doing that hands-on work within the classrooms, but we were able to create different lessons that met high standards and the rigor of the standard, and be able to give that appropriate support for our students. We talk about the when, being able to give students what they need when they need it. A lot of times you'll catch me in classrooms co-teaching lessons after really planning side by side with teachers, and then creating those lessons that were engaging, and not only engaging, but relevant to our students to really push their learning. Data collection was a big thing as well. We had our data talks, like Ms. Struzzo mentioned, just really understanding what is it that our students are attending to, and what are those things that they are not doing so well, and then coming up with a plan for our next move to inform our instruction. A big part also was having those authentic conversations with both teachers and students about what their progress was. That was a very important step in communicating with them, talking about their successes, talking about how they're progressing, and then finding a plan and action steps to move forward. So as a building, we had to get very good with collaborating. We had to get very good with identifying what our students needed and what our teachers needed as well, and then implementing that. So that's just a little bit of the work that we did when it comes to the intensive coaching in the classroom.
Hi, my name's Kristen McLeod, and I am the school counselor at Carruthers. And when Ms. Struzzo said that everyone was invested in our students' goals, she really meant it. Our PE teacher was teaching times tables while playing basketball. Our music teacher was doing reading intervention during class and during her free time. We had our librarian focusing on test-taking strategies to help our students be successful. We also focused on making sure our students' needs were met. If a student was hungry, we made sure they were not only fed at school, but also at home. I was doing student laundry to make sure students had clean clothes. We received donations for clothes for our clothing closet from staff and from community partners to give away to families in need. During testing season, we provided additional snacks and treats. We spent a lot of time filling up those little cups with peanut butter. We also made testing as fun as possible. Every year we make a music video surrounding the testing season, and these are played during arrival and dismissal, lunch, and in the classrooms. They're still on YouTube if anybody wants to check them out. We had testing assemblies, Are You Smarter Than the CAP Test, and Miss CAP Test. Students earned chances to pie teachers in the face the last day of school for working hard and taking their time. All of these, plus staff just believing that our students could do it, helped our students want to try. It wasn't just another test. They wanted to take it and show us exactly what they knew.
I did mean it when I said everybody, but I'll add more to that. Everybody from the custodian to the secretary to the nurse to even pretty much anybody that walked in off the streets. We brought back retired principals, we brought back retired teachers. All of a sudden the central office staff kind of disappeared and they didn't come visit me anymore because they'd come in and I'd say, come on, grab a group. So everybody helped with this success. So a few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 7 staff members took off to New Orleans to the conference. Thank you for making sure we got there. We work every day to recover from the lasting effects that COVID has placed on students and staff and just the community in general. And as the other group mentioned, the theme of the conference was recommit, renew, and reimagine. And for our team, it did exactly that. I won't say our fires were burned out, but they were dim. And the opportunity to hear stories just like the ones that were shared today really did reignite that fire. We've already implemented multiple strategies. Students are going on intentional walks with the counselor. Laura Garner's Secret Stories for Learning Phonics is already alive and well in our kindergarten classrooms, and we have some staff members that have already started a book study on Robert Jackson's Becoming the Educator That They Need. And that's only a start of our plans to keep sharing the knowledge we gained at the conference. So thank you for listening to our story. Thank you for this honor. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for the autonomy to do what I need to do every day at Carruthers so that things like this happen. And if you're in the neighborhood, stop by. I'll put you to work.
I think we may have to avoid that. We have some questions. We'll start with Betty. I'll save mine, since we're running out of time, I'll save mine, so go ahead, Betty.
Well, first of all, I have to say congratulations. Secondly, when I hear the success stories, that renews my spirit, so I know well how you felt. Given the history of the achievement gap and understanding that, I'd like to know, was there a dominant subgroup that comprised your non-proficient area?
Yes, our Black students.
And we're live streamed, so
I'm
would
so
you?
sorry. Yes, our Black subgroup.
Okay, and what was do you have an idea what the percentage was or
Oh
is?
gosh,
Just roughly?
Yeah, so Carruthers has changed even since this happened. When we started this work, we were 70% African American, about 28% Hispanic, and now we've kind of flip-flopped. We're about 60% Hispanic and about 38% African American.
And I just kind of imagine that was probably the case. And I have to say, hearing those numbers just reinforces what we can do when you put your heart in it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ben.
I have a comment and a question. My comment is, it's really nice when the chair and the vice chair has two schools honored for this. I just want to point that out.
That kept me from having to say it.
I know. But it's exciting news, and I'll let the vice chair heap praises on KCK. But this might be a question for Tate more than anything. What is the process for the selection? What goes in? I know we saw the video and the presentation. We talked about New Orleans, but what goes into all of the mechanics of this?
Okay, so what we do internally is we work with our research and evaluation team each year. And based on the rules and the categories, we provide the Excel spreadsheet internally to a small group, which I lead. And we look at, for like this one, closing the achievement gap. Like I said before, we use the poverty versus non-poverty students because that's one of the focuses on Title I. So we'll poll and put that in order based on the past 2 to 3 years. We'll look at both because we want to make sure it's not a trend. And then once we've made an internal decision, we take it broader to more people in the agency to check to see who's worked with them. And I'm kind of glad you asked that question because Molly mentioned about being at the bottom of the list. And that list she's talking about was under the end of No Child Left Behind in the waiver. They were a focus school, which was our very bottom. Well, when I brought their school to our team, Doug Moline, who's with us, had actually been assigned to work with them as a focus school and said he thought this was great, having seen all the growth since that time. So we have a lot of checks like that that are built in. So, they went from being somebody that was forced to work with KSD based on test scores to getting this. And we do focus it on math, ELA, EL, and then the gap. We use all four of those that we use for the assessment for ESEA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That does confirm me that the chair and the vice chair has a lot of pull. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kidding for all those watching, but it's in jest. It's a huge honor. Congratulations, guys.
Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jim nor I served on the selection panel. I want that made perfectly clear. I am so very proud. I cannot tell you how much I know that you all have done and how proud I am of you, because I know the challenges you face. I know all about it, because I'm very familiar with KCK schools, and I know how much you do. I guess the one question that hasn't been asked, and I just thought of this now, and I thought, you did this based on test scores, I also know that you have a high rate of transiency. And how do you feel you're able to accomplish that? Because that's one of the biggest challenges I think you face. The poverty is certainly, and all the other, but the transiency to raise a test score would really be challenging. So how would you say you do that?
We do, and even our numbers this school year, we've added 32 kids in the last 3 or 4 weeks, and they're coming more and more behind. They're coming not being able to read. They're coming in higher grade levels. So it's all about that knowing every kid on their independent level. You won't catch us just teaching that 4th grade lesson that the GVC says to teach on Tuesday, March 8th. We're teaching them what they need to know. And it is hard. And that's one of the reasons our teachers are tired and burnt out, because it's a job in itself just to teach at our school and then to add the other work. But it's knowing them individually, and it's being okay to stray from that lesson that the book says we have to teach today.
Well, thank you so much, because like I say, I'm very, very closely aware of everything that's going on in the district, and I am so proud. I mean, this is just amazing that you accomplished this, so congratulations again.
Thank you.
Jan.
Thank you. I keep checking to see if my mic's on or not because my light doesn't work. But congratulations. It's so awesome. I was wondering, listening to what you said, you must do a lot of individualization of teaching. I mean, you can't have, like you said, the 4th grade teacher giving the same lesson to 25 kids and make that work when some can read and some can't. So how do you manage to individualize the learning when you have larger classes?
Michelle, you want to tackle that one?
Well, one of the things that we, like Ms. Struzel had mentioned, is looking at the data and just really looking at how do we differentiate. We have students that may be on one spectrum and the other spectrum, and just really finding out how do we scaffold the learning to really meet the needs where they are, the students' needs where they are. So a lot of the action plans that we will set up, the intentional planning with teachers, and really finding out, okay, what in this lesson, and I think it was mentioned earlier about teach backs. When we go through, before we take it live, we do the teach back. Okay, this is what we're thinking about this lesson. This is some of the conceptions that we may see, and then looking at that universal design plan, where knowing, okay, if I have a student here, then at this bottom of the list, then I'm going to start here, but still be able to expand to reach those students that may be on the top. So just really looking at data, pre-assessments, then going back with those post-assessments, and then finding out what is it that we need to add, what are our next moves. So really be intentional with the planning.
So you use a lot of interim assessments then?
Yes,
as well?
yes.
Do you guys do any grade banding? So you have, like, maybe put 3rd and 4th grade together, or any of that? Or are they pretty much at grade level?
Some of our grouping was skill-based. And so if we had a skill that was needed for 3, 4, 5, then we would make sure that they were in a skill-based group to really help them.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'll forego my question because we're overtime, and that's my fault, not yours. We really appreciate this. And for those of you that are that are here for later things, then we know that we're overtime, but really, we don't have anything to do to 9 o'clock in the morning, so we've got all night to finish this process. I want to congratulate you on a job very well done. It's so obvious that you care about kids. And that's the basis, and so you are to be congratulated. We would like to have pictures. Since you're already standing, we'll start with you and Janet.
the parents don't either. So we focus on the kindergarten to introduce our recess program, and then we share data across the board with all of our parents.
Awesome, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And I just wanted to point out, I have some of the same concerns that Jean covered, and so I would be very interested in the data, you know, as we before moving forward after the pilot year. I'd be very interested in that because I think that's a very valid point, and so I think it's important to see progress. Hopefully we do. But it will be what it is. But we'd like to see that before we move on. Betty.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept a request from Hayesville USD 261 to extend to recess pilot at the elementary school another year, allowing 4 15-minute periods to count toward instruction time.
Is there a second to that motion? Melanie seconds that motion. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. We will expect data at the end of the time. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
We hope you're successful.
Have a good day.
We hope you're successful. At this time, we are going to recognize Blue Ribbon Schools from Kansas, and Denise is going to be making this recommendation, or making the presentation. There she is.
I'm here. Well, thank you so much. So again, as Chairman Porter said, we're going to be recognizing our 2021 Blue Ribbon Schools. Before we get started with that, I want to introduce two ladies right here, Tammy Miller, who actually manages the program, and Taylor Carlson, who just joined our team and will be working with Tammy on all of our recognition programs. So we're excited to have them both. But so just as a reminder, the Blue Ribbon School recognition is based on a school's overall academic performance or progress in closing achievement gaps among student groups. There were 325 schools that were named 2020 Blue Ribbon, National Blue Ribbon Schools, and that included 5 from Kansas. We're really proud of that. So again, this program recognizes public and private elementary, middle, and high schools in one of 2 performance categories, and that is exemplary high performing and exemplary achievement gap closing. All of our schools today that we'll be presenting were recognized for being high-performing schools, so we're really proud of them. So today we have, we'll be recognizing Ellsworth Elementary School, Ellsworth USD 325 with Principal Tammy Graff, Mahaffey Elementary School USD 233, Principal Peggy Head, Sabetha Elementary School, Prairie Hills USD 113, and that's Principal Todd Evans, as well as former Principal Sarah Tateman, who was actually the principal at the time the school received the award. And if that last name sounds familiar to you, I have confirmed that this is a very close relative to Tate Tateman. This is Tate's wife, so we're very proud of her. Roosevelt Elementary School, Hayes, USD 489, and that's Principal Carrie Peterson, but she was not able to be here today, so we're sorry about that. But we're going to have the principals come up, and they're going to be talking to us about what they have found, what factors they found to be most significant in raising their student achievement. So we will start with Ellsworth. Tammy? And Tammy, you're gonna, you can move here.
Okay, thank you. Hi, thank you for having us today. My name is Tammy Graff, and I'm in my 2nd year as the elementary principal in Ellsworth. So we had parent-teacher conferences going on today, so I wasn't able to bring any teachers with me. But first of all, we were just very honored when we received this award. When I got the email last year, I emailed my superintendent saying, is this real? So it's pretty exciting and a pretty big deal. That's why I keep telling our kids, it's a pretty big deal that they have earned this. And so a few of the things that we have done, one that we call our extra tier 3. And so this is reading
and/or math intervention, that it can be implemented with students that are going through or in the process of going through the SIT process, our student improvement team. And so this is an intervention that we can recommend for them to receive if they are in the red, the high-risk area on our AIMS testing. We have aides that do this, building aides. We have certified staff that teach these small groups, and they are small. No bigger than 3 students in a group with the staff member, and many of these are one-to-one. And so it's very, very skills-based. There's a lot of communication that takes place between the person doing the group and working with the student and the classroom teacher to be able to figure out what exactly does this kiddo need. Just in the last 2 years, we have started using our building aids to help with more of our small groups. And in the past, they were literally aids. I mean, they prepared art projects, they made copies, they did things like that. And so that has been a big change in our building in the last 2 years, and I think a good one. It took some adjusting, it took some training, but it's definitely paying off for us. Also MTSS, which I know everybody's familiar with. But again, this one, it just takes continual monitoring, a ton of communication, again, because we have many different people leading our small groups, whether it is our PE teacher or our building aides, our title staff, pretty much kind of like that last group was talking about. You kind of pull in anybody that you can to help teach these small groups so that they can remain small, because that is our goal. In the past, they had groups that would have up to 15 kids in them. And we're like, that's not the purpose of our MTSS. And so keeping them small has really helped us to be able to focus on those skills that individuals need, because then they're all grouped according to what their skills are. And again, I keep saying communication, but that is just a huge part of between classroom teacher, the small group teachers, the title staff, the special education staff, everybody that's involved with any of these students have to be communicating what these students' needs are. And then this is a new one, what we call M&Ms. We follow, and we have for about the past 4 years, the PATHS curriculum for social emotional learning. Last year, our school social worker and we sat down and said, okay, we need something different. Something in addition to helping our teachers, because we keep feeling like we're putting more and more on their plates. So how can we help them a little bit? And so we came up with what we call M&Ms, which stand for Mini Morning Cell. And so we have, as you can see on the PowerPoint here, we have a yoga group, drumming, 2 ballet-physics, and then 1 that's literacy related to social emotional learning. And within these groups, every class we have 5-week rotations. And so, like, for example, right now, I'm the one teaching drumming. And so we really talk about in the drumming how it's teaching them how to communicate. It's not really about them playing drums. It is about teaching them how to listen and how to communicate, whether it's verbally, non-verbally. And so I have 3rd grade right now is my group. So I have 3rd grade for 5 weeks. We have 3 sections at each grade level. And so each of those, we do it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And so each of those classes has this special M&M group once a week. And it's really getting to the point that the teachers, it's carrying over into the classroom, which of course was our intent and our hope that they would carry over and use some of these same techniques, some of these same things in the classroom, not just in that 25 or 30-minute lesson once a week. And so we feel like these cell groups obviously will carry over, because the more settled we can get the kids, the more regulated they can be, is going to carry over to their academics, which of course is then the high achieving schools that we were recognized for. But again, it is a continual adjustment for all 3 of these things that I have shared with you. It takes tweaking, it takes seeing, okay, where are we now?
and what do we need to do to get us and to keep moving forward, whether it's with the social emotional learning or the actual academics. Any questions? Or are the questions at the end?
We'll hold questions.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
And I need to make a big apology because I don't believe I read off Grandview Elementary School El Dorado Principal Susan Holtis. So my sincere apology for that. But we'll have Susan come up next, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Holthouse, and I'd like to express my thank you to you for paying attention to our schools and taking care of us. It was our sincere privilege to be selected and nominated as a Blue Ribbon school. This is my 39th year in education, and yes, I started when I was 10. Just wanted to clear that up real quickly. And a lot of that was here in Topeka. About 9 years ago, I chose to go into administration and found El Dorado, Kansas. El Dorado is a small community of about 13,000. It's a pretty much blue-collar working community, and our biggest businesses are agriculture and the oil business. We have one working refinery still going. I credit our academic success not only to our hardworking staff, but also the community that has supported us. All of the schools in El Dorado are brand new as of 2009. The high school opened in 2009, then followed by an elementary school, followed by a new middle school, and 2 elementaries then opened in 4 years ago. We're in our 4th year in a brand new building. And that's all due to our community and their response to our needs. Also, as far as community, we include our community and they support us in so many different ways. For example, the YMCA is a relatively new facility as well, and teaches our 2nd graders how to swim with 6 weeks of splash instruction. Our hospital joins in with the YMCA and gives us what's called EWOW, and it's wellness and fitness, and it goes through our PE program, and they targeted our 5th graders this year. We have I Can Read readers from throughout the community that show up every week and read with our 2nd graders. They even did this when we were a closed environment. They came up with easel storyboards out on the front sidewalk, and they would take the 2nd graders out to the easels and work with them. And these were 2nd graders that were at risk. So we have a wonderful community of support. We are privileged and challenged to meet our students where they are academically and socially emotionally. And we take this very seriously. As Maslow says, you cannot learn until all of your basic needs have been met. And we have many students that have been traumatized or been through trauma situations or are moving through trauma situations. And so we address those first and foremost. And in fact, during the pandemic, our social emotional rate actually decreased. Our teachers and students work hard. We implemented to try to allow for more instructional time our Choose to Be Nice program. Choose to Be Nice is a program I found while I was at a conference in Boston. It is created by a teacher who wanted to simply choose to be nice. She developed a program. She reached out for assistance through these years to do this program. We were the first school in Kansas to implement it. And it has values such as responsibility, honesty, respect, courage, friendship, teamwork, patience, and acceptance. And so we focus on one each month with our counselor going into the classrooms and teaching a specific lesson while the teachers also back that up. We were in person teaching throughout the pandemic We use MTSS also and focus on our data, highly focused on our data. And our MTS groups are very fluid. They move, they shift. We collaborate weekly with each grade level, and I am in on those collaborations. And once a month, our title teacher would come in and present more data and how each student is going. We progress monitor them and keep a close eye. We use formative assessments. We use the interims offered by the Kansas Assessment Program, and we use tiered instructional. Our teachers are amazing. During the pandemic, and part of what we had to explain to earn our blue ribbon was what did you change during the pandemic? Our school was out for that last quarter, and then we opened. We opened a couple weeks late, but we opened, and we opened with remote option, a hybrid option, and an in-person option. And by the second semester, we had all but 200% of the district in that in-person. It really made our parents and our community realize how important schools were. It gave us kind of a boost. We feel like we've kind of gotten a bum rap, and it really gave us a boost. So we're very proud of all the hard work the teachers did. They created playlists. They learned new technology that they didn't know. We did drop the hybrid, which was a 2-day-a-week, and remote the other days. It became a bit unwieldy. We found a lot of success with our remote and our playlists, which became our lesson plans. Anybody could go on our site, find a teacher's playlist, and know just exactly what time they were going to zoom in or zoom out and what the lessons were going to be. I could go on and on about Grandview Elementary. We had a bit of a bump in the road some years back, and we chose to pull up our grit and overcome some cultural and climate things that had gone on, and we did. We had outside help, we had inside help, and I can't tell you what a privilege it is to work with the staff and the students and the parents and the community of our school. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to hear from Happy Elementary School Principal Peggy Head.
I was thinking you all were an ominous group, and now I'm up here to see all of you together. I am Peggy Head. I am from the Olathe USD 233 Public Schools, and with me today is Jill Smith, who is our Executive Director of Elementary Education. I hope you won't mind that I ask for you to take just a minute to center your thoughts on Olathe Public Schools. You all are very aware that we had the worst tragedy that you can imagine for a school this last Friday in our district. Just a few miles down the road from my school and the high school where both of my girls graduated, we had a shooting. And I can only tell you that what we experienced, while heartbreaking, was what is going on in our school district. We are surviving. I think we're going to thrive. And I think our parents and our community are really proud of us. So I felt like I had to say that. So maybe to uplift a little bit, we'll switch to my PowerPoint, which is mostly videos, and then I'll kind of add a little icing, but keep under my 5 minutes.
Do you know about a video, Peggy?
There were 2 videos, Peggy, that you had to really help us try to make sure they came through. And by the way, hi, PH. I don't know many other Peggys. Wait a minute, I saw it. There's one. just say while you're watching the pictures, this is obviously when we found out we were a Blue Ribbon School. We had an all-school parade. Actually got to go down the street, and this was a big deal since we were in COVID. We got to go to Washington, D.C., and our kids got to, of course, reflect on why we are a Blue Ribbon School. We took a stuffed buffalo with us to our senator and state representative's office, and the buffalo's name is Babs the Bison. So those were just little clips to show you some of the things that have happened since we got Blue Ribbon. And I hope I can get this other one up. This is actually a video that you can access on our district website. It was interviews of me and a couple of the staff that were involved in the writing of the Blue Ribbon. So what I'm going to say about why are we a Blue Ribbon School, just like somebody else said, honestly, I was shocked. What are we doing that's any different than any other school in Olathe? I think we're all doing it. I try to interview and get people on my staff that truly have a heart for kids and want to do the job. We train. We have a lot of training opportunities. We, of course, follow the standards and have many strategies in place very similar to what has already been described to you today. I also have to say that this is bittersweet for me because last week I announced that I'm going to retire after 46 years in public education. And 25 of those years have been at Mahaffey, and 40, some of them have been in the Olathe Public Schools. And I certainly hope that other people get to have the same tenure that I do. But I don't know that I would want to be in your seats because you have a big, big job. We've got to look out for our public schools. And to do that, we have to build up our families. We do to try to support our kids during the school day at school, and we do a lot with SEL. But I'm here to tell you that this has got to be from the heart. We've got to throw politics aside, and we have to be thinking about the future of our country and the future of our families, because that's what the key is. So, hopefully I'll get my pension.
I do just want to comment that Peggy is not really bragging as much as she could. We all know that it takes a tremendous leader to be a leader of a building for them to move forward. And this is actually Peggy's second Blue Ribbon School in the Olathe School District.
I do have your nighttime pleasure reading here. If you want to go through and highlight the strategies, I'll leave it for y'all later. Thanks again. I can't imagine your job. We do appreciate you. Thank you.
But I want to comment on that. What you do every day in the classroom is harder than what we do. And so you are the hero, not us. And we really appreciate that. And for all of you here, we're here 2 days a month. We do other things. But you're there every day, and you're there making a difference with children. And back in my superintendent days, I used to say to my staff, if you don't say something nice to a student today, there's a possibility that nobody does. So you're the heroes, not us. And we appreciate your support of us, but the fact is that it's our job to support you.
All right, final speaker today will be Sabetha Elementary School Principal Todd Evans and former Principal Sarah Tapeman. Okay.
Thank you.
You're up.
My name is Todd Evans. I'm the superintendent of USD 113 Prairie Hills. We cover 543 square miles in northeast Kansas. We have campuses in Axtell, Sabetha, and Wetmore. And I'm here to introduce two outstanding educators. The 2021 principal from Sabetha Elementary School is Sarah Tateman, and our assistant superintendent is Jennifer Gates.
Well, we're excited to be here today with you all to share some thoughts, and I know it's a hard act to follow when you follow all these other great presenters and people that have wonderful things to say. But hopefully I can get my slides to go. When we think about what factors have proven to be the most significant in raising student achievement was kind of the question that we were asked to address today. On my slides, we didn't include this, but when I hear all the other presenters talk about their staff and their students and their families and their community and give them a shout out, I want to start that way with our school as well. We are blessed in Sabetha to have a very supportive community, wonderful families and parents, great students, excellent leadership. Ms. Tateman was there at Sabetha Elementary and took us through the process of writing the reports and everything for the Blue Ribbon schools. And our current principal is Rusty Willis, and she wasn't able to be here with us today. But it does take great people, and I think bottom line is relationships are very important, and we're going to talk about that later, but I want to give that shout out before I get started on our official presentation there. So at Sabetha Elementary, we really had a school-wide focus on strengthening those school-based factors and really focusing on what are the things that we can control within the school. Sometimes, as educators, professionals, sometimes we can focus on things that we have no control about, things that are happening at home or with the family units. But we really wanted to think about what are the things that we can control within our buildings that can have a positive impact on our students. So we wanted to develop student resiliency, and then through everything that we've done, as we have tried to revamp some of our systems in our buildings, we have focused on utilizing data to drive decision making and look at that data to help us to decide and determine how we're going to utilize our resources and what we need to adjust within our system. So when we think about those school-wide or school-based factors, really 4 things came to the forefront for us. And that first one that you've heard a lot about today is MTSS. And so as a district and in the building at Sabetha Elementary School, we decided about 5 or 6 years ago to restructure our multi-tiered systems of support process and work with TASN, the Technical Assistance Systems Network of Kansas, to help us through that process of utilizing the Kansas MTSS process. And so through that process, we really looked at our assessment system and revamping our assessment system to utilize the assessments that we were giving. We heard from teachers and feedback from parents and families was that we were doing too much assessment. And it probably wasn't that we were assessing too much, it was just that we were doing maybe assessments that weren't aligned and that we weren't utilizing the assessments. So we looked at restructuring that assessment system, and then we looked at how can we support all students in the areas of reading, math, and behavior as we went through that restructuring process. And we implemented a walk to intervention model so that everybody was doing something during that MTSS time. So if we had students that were on grade level, they were doing extension of the core activities. If we had students that may be performing below grade level in tier 2 or tier 3, they were getting that. And so that walk to intervention model caused us to revamp our schedule, and it caused us to really put a focus in on meeting the needs of each individual student, which was really important. We implemented a district-wide decision-making protocol. We call it the feedback loop, and it's part of the work with TASN and MTSS, and that is just communication at all levels within our district, from the collaborative teams of our teachers, communicating to the building leadership team, communicating to the district leadership team, and that communication funneling through those levels of communication at every one of our buildings, and especially at Sabetha Elementary. That has worked out really well. And then we had that MTSS process, like I talked about, embedded in that daily schedule through that walk to intervention model. We also, through our work with TASN, looked at our instructional practices, and we talked about really implementing and focusing on our core instruction So our core instruction is that tier 1, what everybody gets. And looking at instructional practices that can help improve that student engagement, we want students to be active in the learning process. And so we looked at things like opportunities to respond. We looked at the instructional routines that were embedded within our curriculum, within our core curriculum. And we studied research and the effect sizes of John Hattie, Marzano's, and we've done some work in our district previous to my tenure there with explicit instruction and Anita Archer. We utilized an e-walkthrough tool, which gets the administration out in the classrooms, and we designed our e-walkthrough tool to be focused on those instructional strategies that were identified as high impact instructional strategies, so that we could monitor the implementation of those strategies in the classroom. We have also utilized our data to determine areas maybe where our core curriculum isn't as strong, and we've went through curriculum adoption, revision, resource adoption, recently in the areas of English language arts, science, and social studies. And as we've looked at resources and as we've looked at implementation and utilization of those resources, we've made sure they were aligned with standards, that they were research-based, and we've developed curriculum protocols and curriculum maps that help support our teachers in that teaching and learning process. We've also been intentional with professional development and providing our teachers with professional learning opportunities, things like attending the MTSS conference, utilizing our service centers for professional development. And then another big piece of that has been encouraging teacher leadership within our district. And we did that through that implementation of the building leadership team, and also kind of a train the trainer model. Through MTSS, they came in and they trained our leadership teams, which went back to the building and supported the teachers, and then did that training in the building. So incorporating that teacher leadership has been really powerful. And then the last piece there of the professional development has been professional learning communities. In our buildings, we have 5 early release days where we have our PLC time. And one of the big things that we've done with those PLCs that might be a little bit different from other schools is we include both our certified staff and our non-certified staff. So our paraprofessionals are also included in that time. And when we talk about our implementation of MTSS, everybody is involved with those implementation of those interventions, which has been really powerful. And then the last thing here is that development of student resiliency. So we think about that social emotional learning component. We have added a school family liaison, a social worker that has been a good addition to the staff to work with staff on the implementation of some of these strategies, and then also bridge that gap between the school and the families that might need some additional support and assistance. We began analyzing our behavior, social, emotional data, looking at the ABCs, looking at attendance, our behavior office disciplinary referrals, course grades, and then also the screeners that we use, which is SABRS and MySABRS. We have implemented a Tier 1 social emotional curriculum, which is second step, and that curriculum is taught by our teachers and becomes embedded in what we do, that language. When a student maybe has to go to the principal's office or has a discipline, we're incorporating that same language that is taught through second step, like belly breathing and take a deep breath, and how do you deal with your emotions maybe when you're heightened, when you're elevated. That's been very impactful for our students in our school. We have developed a safe and secure school climate, focusing on relationships, and we talked about that. I talked about that a little bit at the very beginning, and that's relationships, teacher relationships, and making the school a fun place you want to come to work, relationships with students, students to staff, and also relationships with families have been really important. And one of the ways that they've established that positive school climate is through the use of, or the implementation of, a Blue Crew, is what they call it. It's like a family atmosphere, and students from each grade level are part of that Blue Crew family, assigned to a staff member at Sabeth Elementary, and they were meeting about once a month, and they did activities with that student group to form and build that school community, so you could have your older students mentor your younger students, and they stay together throughout those 5 years, and that's been really a positive system to help build that school climate and culture. And finally, we implemented a PBIS system. They call it the Blue Jay Way. Be safe, be respectful, and be responsible. And that's kind of embedded in everything that they do through that positive behavior supports model within the school. And then the final thing, when we think about what we do in our school, the fundamental question that we look at when making those decisions is always goes back to what is best for students. And so I think that's been really powerful as we look at how we can continue to show growth. And so we thank you very much for your time today.
Now, you all may not be off the hook because there may be some questions, but first of all, the first presenter said something about this being a big deal. Well, it is a big deal, and you all are to be congratulated because it's a tremendous honor, and there's a whole lot of work and positive effort that goes before that. Questions from Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations to all of you. It's nice to see Tate's boss here. That's a perk. But there's a lot of work, and you guys should be celebrating and all this, and especially to Ellsworth from my area of the state. I know the work that they've done there. I visited that school prior to becoming principal there, because COVID kind of kept me out of the districts last year. But and so I know I sent an email to superintendent there and congratulating, and I hope he's passed it on to you. But the complete utter surprise that an honor that came to Ellsworth Elementary, and I'm sure all of you, and I do express, and I know we're gonna have a conversation, I think probably tomorrow, with all the events that are credited in Olathe, that, you know, it was disheartening, but we're here to celebrate today, and some wonderful work that does go on despite everything that is happening. So it's great, and congratulations, all of you. Very proud of you. It's a great day to be a Kansas educator, and a great day to be a Kansan. Thank you.
Thank you. Dina?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to also say how shocked we were, at least I was, of what occurred in Olathe. But I know you have a strong staff, and you will be better. And make sure that students don't see that as the only way to solve an issue that they have. And I would like to also say congratulations to all of you, but really especially to Sabetha Elementary School at Prairie Hills, because that is one in my district, and I have visited there, and it's an outstanding school district that has done a lot of innovative things, and but at the high school level and the middle school level as well. So congratulations and to all of you, and thank you for sharing how you have arrived at being a Blue Ribbon school. It's obvious that you all well deserve the recognition. And thank you for sharing your ideas and the way that you put everything together, and hopefully that will help others to achieve the same level of accomplishment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we would like to take pictures at this point. We have certificates, and so as I call the school, anything else, Denise?
Nope.
We'll meet here in front of this desk with the board member that represents, and several others have mentioned this. El Dorado's in my district. But and so let's start with Ellsworth. And board members, we will reconvene at 3:20. If one of your schools is here, don't leave. Call back to order. We have two cases from the Professional Practices Commission. Jennifer, go ahead and talk to us about them. Let's start with 21 PPC 19.
I just got audio. Can you say that one more time?
Oh, you couldn't read my lips? Yes, I would like you to go through these. We'll start with 21 PPC 19 and go ahead and tell us about that case.
Sure. That was a case where the applicant had some previous situations in the past. That we went through the details of those cases and we're comfortable that none of that would impact their ability to be a licensed educator. And the work they've been doing and the commitment they've had to our kids in a support role the past several years was very strong. And we had several letters of support to their character and their work in some side-by-side coaching activities that they've been doing in their community. So despite past behavior, we felt like this was a strong case of a person who we would like to have among us.
Okay, can you elaborate on some of those activities that they've been doing in the school?
It was it's mostly coaching and then it seems, if I remember correctly, there was a lot of coaching and church activities. So they were pretty heavily invested in the community on a couple levels. And then with their own children, just staying connected on multiple levels.
Okay, are there questions on this? Jean?
In regards to 21 PPC 19, I'm very uncomfortable with this situation. I realize that there were some incidents as a juvenile, but there have also been some pretty significant incidents as an adult, some as recent as 2019, and I don't really feel I can support this situation. So I'd just like to ask you to think about the pattern that's been exhibited here and the continuing list of activities that have been engaged in when you make your decision.
I can elaborate a little bit on some of the I believe it was the 2019 one. It was a funeral, a family funeral, and somebody else was borrowing his car and had marijuana in the car. So we didn't feel like it was a current, having a family member in town for a traumatic event, borrow your car and make bad choices, felt like something we all could relate to, but it didn't feel like something that gave us hesitation.
Okay, since a concern has been expressed, I'm going to ask you, Scott, I'm not going to ask you to go into the details of the issue, but what are our options?
I have to make sure my mic is, oh, there we go. So the options of the state board, as always, you can either follow the recommendations of the Professional Practice Commission, and the recommendation is to issue the emergency substitute teaching license for which this person applied. You can decide to not follow the recommendations of the Professional Practice Commission, make your own individual findings as to why you would not follow that recommendation. And since this is not a licensee, really you only have two options. You can either grant the license or deny the application. And then if you're going to deny the application, you would need to, the recommendation would be for you to make findings so that you can document your reasoning as to why you would not issue this person a license.
Okay, thank you. Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ran through the document and piggybacking is that under the conclusions of law on the 5th point, where it says applicant testified that in neither drug possession case was the marijuana his own, and testified that never been a user of illegal drugs, and Can you kind of speak to the, I know it's kind of dated, but it goes with the 2019, the case in Mississippi, the 2005 case, the story around that?
Me or Scott?
I don't care.
I only remember the funeral one off the top of my head. The older, and then I don't remember the other one.
Can you elaborate on that, Scott?
To the best of my memory, the applicant did testify that in both those cases, it was someone else that had used his vehicle or had been in the vehicle either with him or immediately prior to that.
Okay.
And from what I recall, someone else had left a firearm in the back seat of his vehicle and he didn't know that it was there. And someone else had left marijuana in the car as well. Or somebody had just smoked up in his car before he got into it. That's been a couple of months since that happened, but that was my, Jen, does that match what you remember?
Yeah. And the testimony, if it's one you might not go along with the PPC recommendation, you might spend a little bit of time re-going through. Scott, do we record those and hearing the testimony and kind of seeing that whole process we went through? It was a unanimous vote. We felt pretty strongly that this is somebody who has taken past experiences that they have lived and is making a good impact on our students and using those life lessons to impart, like, hey, kids, know who you hang out with, what you do. All of this matters. There's real life. I mean, it was just, it was a unanimous strong vote.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to follow up?
Yeah, go ahead.
To Jen's point, and this is something that I probably could have explained as an option, though the PPC hearings are recorded, those are always available. The exhibits are always available to state board members. I can make that available to you all to view, just like you would watch any other exhibit, if that's something you would want to watch, as you've done before in other hearings. Yeah, so that is an option as well.
Okay, thank you. Melanie.
Thank you, Chair Porter. I just wanted to ask, if this is an emergency substitute license, that means that the first step that this applicant took was to go to the school district and ask the superintendent, will you sponsor me on this license? Ben's shaking his head. Okay. Thank you. That answers my question.
Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott kind of answered my question as to whether we could see this committee report or committee discussion. The second question would be, can we postpone this till next month and then have an opportunity to watch it? Because I don't know how long it would be, but it'd probably be best for us to just wait and not make a decision today.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, that would be an option if the board wanted to vote to continue the case or delay it. I think you have that option as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ben?
What, this might be a question for Mr. Gordon. What would be the motion to do so? Because there's no motion, so there's no tabling. Unless we make a motion, get second, then we immediately table. Or would it just be a motion to delay or defer or what?
A proper motion might be, I move to table this discussion and decision until a later time, after which we've had the opportunity to view all the exhibits.
And you can do that without a motion on the table?
Well, no, that'd be the motion.
That would be the motion,
That'd
okay.
be the motion. Someone would second it. It'd be like any other motion that you do.
Okay.
Well, but
it's a viable option.
Okay.
Since there is no motion, I'm asking now, if we just moved ahead, there's.
If you take no action today on this, yes or no on the license, then it just kind of sits there in perpetuity until you make a decision.
Okay.
Yeah, which
I wasn't advocating, I was asking the question.
Yeah,
so.
but that's, yeah.
Well, I move that the Kansas State Board table the decision in the case pending further review of issuance of the video, of the recording of the hearing, and the issuance of the license in case 21 PPC 19. Would that be appropriate, Mr. Gordon? Good enough? Okay.
And Dina seconds that motion. Further discussion?
Oh, well, can I, yeah.
That's right, to
Can
table
I
motion is
make
not
sure that we
necessary.
table it to the next State Board of Education meeting next month?
And now since Ann said something that reminded me of my parliamentary procedure training 50 years ago, I believe a table motion is not debatable. Okay, so we're got to vote. All in favor?
Yeah, clarification that it's to table it to the next State Board meeting next month.
Everybody understand the motion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Is that everybody? Abstain? Okay, 901. Is that right? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I would just appreciate having additional information pertaining to conclusions of law number 7. It indicates there was testimony introduced by the department that the applicant may not have shared his entire history with those who supported him with letters. So I'd like more information on that.
Now or before our next month?
Before our next meeting, okay, along with the video, wherever that information is.
Mr. Chairman, I think that will be, you're going to see that come to light in the recording of the hearing.
And after reviewing, if anybody has questions after that time, please contact Scott so that we can get that information to you prior to the meeting. Is that okay with you? It's okay whether it is or not.
Yeah, it's going to happen. So yeah, thank you.
21 PPC 20. Jennifer?
Yeah, so this was a similar situation, but we did feel like past patterns and past behaviors were still a pretty heavy factor. There was a little bit of rehabilitation progress, but not enough that we felt comfortable, felt confident putting her in a position of public trust. And so we encouraged her to continue this path and then to reapply in the future.
Okay, so this is a denial. Discussion or motion? Dina?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education deny the application for an emergency substitute license in the case 21 PPC 20.
Is there a second to that motion? Michelle seconds that motion. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? That appears to have been unanimous. Thank you, and I guess we'll be revisiting this next month.
Okay, thank you.
Kansas Can Highlights High School graduation. David Fernkoff.
And Greg Morgan. They are both administrators from USD 338 Valley Falls, and they're here today to share their success with their high school graduation rates.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having us. It's exciting. It was exciting to see the Blue Ribbon schools. I got the opportunity to be here in 2014 to share on our Blue Ribbon back then, so that was exciting to see their success. My name is Susan Gray, and I am actually right now the pre-K 8 principal in Valley Falls. Mr. Morgan joined us last year. Yes. Just been 2 years. Wow, feels like 5. Joined us last year. Prior to that, I had been the pre-K 12 principal for 9 years. So pretty excited about the things that we're doing in Valley Falls and glad we have the opportunity to share a little bit with you. When we think about graduation rates, you think high school, but it doesn't start there. It starts long before those kiddos are even in your building. And I think one of the biggest impacts that we have been able to make is through the relationship building with our community, with our parents, with our all of our stakeholders, and building that trust and that strong relationship with them before those kiddos walk in our doors. And we've worked really hard at that, and we have a wonderful staff that does that day in and day out. I can't say enough good things about them. So that's kind of where the story begins, is making sure that we're involving our stakeholders. And we're going to talk about several different things here. We just kind of highlighted a few. We could probably stand here and talk all day. I think I did last time. So I'll try not to do that this time. One of the things when we think about Washburn Tech, Highland Community College, Highland Tech, we're looking at those opportunities for our kids that just expand and help to meet their needs, and that has been huge for us. We have, over the last several years, we have juniors and seniors who go and they partake in those programs, and we shoot about 20% of our kids, our juniors and seniors, to those programs. We find out what is it that they want to do, and we have to be creative in finding out how to meet those needs. And Washburn Tech has done a wonderful job for us. We've, here the last couple of years, have started sending kids to Highland Tech, and we have had great success. To start that process, we took it was probably about 5 to 6 years ago, we took our entire staff, pre-K-12, not just our high school teachers, but our entire staff, to visit and tour Washburn Tech. Everybody needs to know what's happening there. And I'm sure you guys have been. I'm sure you've been to those. But to take our preschool teacher, when we're starting to talk about careers and opportunities for kids, we took all of our staff, they hosted us, they shared everything. Our staff was amazed because they really didn't know what went on there. So I think educating so that we can help all of us educate our students on opportunities out there. We've created a work-based learning program for our students that in their senior year, they're able to go work. So they're in there, we're placing them in the field of study that they've been preparing for. We've adopted and approved graduation credits and align those so that those credits that they're earning in those institutions are helping to cross off some of those credits they need for us. And so we've looked at creative ways to help make sure that we're complementing each other in those situations. I think Mr. Morgan's going to talk a little bit about CTE pathways.
Hello, I'm Greg Morgan, the high school principal at Valley Falls. As Ms. Gray mentioned, we are striving to meet the needs of our students in and out of the classroom and providing them. One way is our enrollment in the high school is 118 students. And we are now servicing over 13 pathways in the career and technical education field. Being very creative, we have a staff that is willing to be very flexible with those, and we're continuing to add on a yearly basis. This coming year, we are going to be adding a bioengineering pathway with a new chemistry teacher coming on board. And we're also, this past year, fortunate enough to revisit our agriculture program. Valley Falls had an agriculture program into the 1970s, and this past year we reintroduced that. So there are new opportunities within the field of agriculture and supporting that biotechnology pathway in agriculture along the corridor here from Manhattan to Columbia that we hear so much about, and also with NBAF being added at K-State and some of those jobs coming on board in the area for our kiddos. So some of those pathways, business finance, business management, entrepreneurship, digital media, family and consumer sciences and services, marketing, restaurant and event management. We have a teaching and training pathway, so we have some students that are in the classroom, and we are trying to grow our own. Because as you guys know, in many schools in rural America, not just Kansas, we face teacher shortages, and we're trying to grow our own and be creative there with the students that we have that want to come up into the education field. Health sciences, comprehensive agriculture, and then, as I mentioned before, the bioengineering program. We also strive, we have a copper award with our individual plan of study, and we're troubleshooting that to improve. And one way that we have troubleshot this year is we've added a new program in our seminar. It's called Dragon Sparks. And that Dragon Sparks allows us, we have a multiple tier strategy of intervention. And when we use that, we're looking at primarily reading and math and intervention strategies that help our kids with those needs that they have and those gaps coming off COVID especially. And we have introduced passion projects where our kids have taken on projects, and to hear some of the projects as an administrator, you're like, it's crazy, but it's interest to the kids, and they have taken that and ran with them. We have some students rebuilding and reconditioning band equipment, rebuilding amps. So mentioned before that we have students going to Highland Tech and they're working in the electrical program there. They have an interest in music and they're applying that through these Dragon Sparks. And in a new program, as an administrator, seeing students that have job offers already from that passion project, as Manning Music has made an offer to some of our students for summer work here in town to help them, and they're going to be going on to college, so that may help them work. So we're allowing those opportunities in unconventional ways for our students. We've implemented probably about 4 years ago student-led conferences in the spring. So our students use their portfolios and their career exploration during that Sparks or seminar time prior to this year to come in and talk to their parents and their teachers and what they've learned every Tuesday through the school year. Because we alternate weeks on Tuesdays of social emotional learning and career exploration and looking at that. We offer up to 21 hours of dual credit through junior college classes in the building. So for a small district, we are getting out there making those connections for our kiddos. We also offer a pretty robust Edgenuity program, online learning, and then we're working and partnering with Greenbush in a blended learning environment to meet some of our needs and meet our students' needs where they have those needs. We may not be able to offer them, but we're going to find a way to help our students out, meet them where they need to be. I will let Ms. Gray talk about community connections, and then I will come back on some other things that we're doing at the end of the year.
So back to those stakeholders. Right now we have a bond that is putting in new early childhood preschool classrooms where we can collaborate with our 4-year-old program and our developmental program. So seeing our community grab hold and say this is important, that happens every day in Valley Falls. So we're very fortunate to be where we are. Job shadowing opportunities, local organizations help us out tremendously in sponsoring students for leadership opportunities such as Hobie and a plethora of others. If we ask, they're there to help us. Job fairs and career fairs, we worked collaboratively a few years ago with our Lions Club to bring in our social emotional with Lions Quest, our curriculum. and a huge emphasis on service learning, giving back to the community, giving back to the school district. Recent activities and things that we've done with the community, with our students, they've helped to build a patio at the library. They've planted flower boxes. They've taken care of some of our senior citizens throughout the community. They've given back to the school itself with numerous activities. I think one of your Sparks things, they're planning a community fishing derby. What better way to give back and get everybody out there involved and together? And so from that, now our FACS teacher has our middle school kids building fishing lures to be used on that day. So, I mean, it just grows, and it grows by getting them engaged and helping those kids just see possibilities, and then how can we help those possibilities become realities for them. We have a Helping Hands Humane Shelter in town, and a number of activities we've done together and collaboratively with them. So that list could go on and on. I know I'm leaving people out, but we have a number of ways that we've connected with our community, and nothing but positives for our kids in that. And that goes back to that relationship building, back to that, let's work together. You know, that old saying, a village, well, we're a village, and we're all working together for our kids' sake.
A couple of new things we mentioned earlier about the dual credit. We do offer some on-site evening classes through, like, our certified nursing assistant program is through Highland Community College. That is taught in our building. We have students come from not only our school, but Holton and the surrounding areas to attend that in our building. We're able to offer that. We also are offering a communications class from Highland on site. So we have students at the sophomore level. We have sophomores taking a dual credit class in the evening. So we're looking at expanding these horizons. The other thing coming off of COVID and addressing some of those gaps is we all know that students fell behind. And we have last summer implemented an extended school year summer school program to allow for some credit recovery and filling those gaps and needs that are identified in the classroom to help students get back on track or remain on track. And we're also working with a couple of students to meet their needs where they need to be met with early graduation plans based upon their individual circumstances. So working outside the box, typically from a smaller school district, to meet our needs of our students where they need to be met and when they need to be met with flexibility. Thank you.
I would just like to say thank you for everything that you do. You have to make some tough decisions. I know Mr. Morgan mentioned staffing shortages. I mean, that's a real thing. And we have in our building multiple different ways that we've kind of worked out of the box to try to grow our own, like he said. I've got some kiddos that were in my grade school classroom. Been around too long, huh? That are now in our building working through TAP programs, and you know, they're going to be a great addition and build another foundation for some great educators in Valley Falls. So thank you for the opportunity just to visit.
Certainly, you're not off the hook yet. We have
Okay,
questions.
we're here.
Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have a question. I just want to congratulate you guys. I think maybe the last time I was there, you were having Grandparents' Day or something. Yeah, that was really fun. Or maybe I was reading, I don't know. But everything you listed that you do is what we wish every district would do. You know, really try to individualize and make use of those value-added things before they graduate. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, the things you told us are really impressive, because you're dealing with individual kids, because each one's different. Whether you have 118 or 1,800, each one of them is different, and to make to give them all those opportunities to be successful is just great. You ought to be congratulated. Keep up the good work, and make sure that every one of those kids graduate.
We're working on that.
Anything
Thank you.
else? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
And now our favorite subject besides Esser, legislative matters.
Mr. Chairman, I feel like I ought to start with an apology. You've spent the afternoon with Blue Ribbon Schools and ESEA Distinguished Schools and graduation rates improving, and now you get me. So I am sorry about that. I think somewhere we have a bill looking. It's coming down? Okay.
We expect this to be the highlight of the day, Craig.
Yeah, well.
Mr. Chair, I can guarantee you it won't.
Yeah. You've been disappointed before, so. The bill locator is coming through. There's a lot of bills listed now. I'm just going to touch on a few of them, primarily newer ones, but then I'll go back and touch on some of those that have been there for a while and let you know where they are in the process. So the legislature has returned from turnaround, and they are in the middle of more or less the second half, which will be completed by the end of this month. So basically, bills are moving into the second house and being heard by committees on that side. So if they originally were in the House and passed the House, they've now gone to the Senate. Senate committees will hear the bills and move them through, but you'll see that's not true in all cases. A number of bills were blessed, which means they were assigned to one of the exempt committees so they can stay alive without the full chamber passing them. So I'm going to start with some House bills, and I'll just update you on one I know you've been following is 2466. That's Representative Hubert's bill about computer science instruction. I believe I mentioned last month he did in committee remove the requirement that students would have to have a course in order to graduate. So that's no longer a part of 2466. Now school districts have to offer a course, which many do already, but this would make it a requirement. It also allows the state board to award grants to professional learning providers if appropriations are in place to provide the money for you to make those awards. That bill was scheduled to be addressed by the entire House, but Representative Hubert was not able to be there, so they moved it instead to an exempt committee to bless it, and it is still alive and presumably will be worked at some point by the House. House Bill 2631 had a hearing earlier this afternoon in House Education. It is about CTE credential assessments. You may recall what was known as Senate Bill 155 and became Excel and CTE. When that passed, school districts were provided $1,000 for each student that passed an assessment in career and tech ed. Well, the funding for that kind of tailed off and eventually disappeared entirely. 2631 would provide school districts with 1.2 times the cost of the credential assessment for each student that earns a CTE credential. And I have to be honest, I don't know where the number 1.2 came from. I don't know what's magic about that calculation, but that's what's in the bill. And the hearing was in House Ed this afternoon. 2724, I'll just mention it's for school districts, it will be helpful. For county clerks, it will be helpful. You may recall last year the revenue neutral rate, which required that school districts and municipalities could not levy taxes higher than the year before without notifying every taxpayer of what was going to happen. This is the first year the notifications will actually go out. So if you can't do that, there's a problem for school districts in that the 20 mil levy is required statewide. It's in statute. They cannot choose to change that and lower their mill rate so that they don't levy more taxes. So House Bill 2724 addresses that and removes the 20 mil levy from the revenue neutral rate. So school districts and county clerks won't have to worry about that little piece of the law. Haven't talked a great deal about tax reduction bills. But one I will touch on, just passed the Senate last week, Senate Bill 282 now. They rolled several bills into that one when it was on the floor of the Senate, amended several into it. some of which dealt with education. The bill started originally as a tax break for aerospace workers. The state is losing aerospace workers. Oklahoma just passed a bill that would provide a tax break for them, so there was concern that that would cause us to lose more. To that bill, they added some amendments that would allow, for starters, school teachers a tax credit for up to $250 in classroom supplies. So not a reimbursement. There's another bill that we'll hear about later. This is just a tax credit. So if as a teacher you spent $250 out of your pocket for classroom supplies, that becomes a tax credit. The estimate is that would cost the state about $1 million if that credit would be put in place. They also amended in the residential exemption for that 20 mil levy. Currently, the first $20,000 of residential property is exempt from the general fund 20 mil. So the first $20,000 in value on your house, you're not paying that 20 mils on. It's been that way for 25 years. So this year, with the additional revenue the state has, they're increasing that exemption to $65,000. So the first $65,000 of any home value would not be taxed in the general fund. Still will be for capital outlay, still will be for LOB and so forth, but the general fund 20 mils would not apply to the first $65,000. Estimate is that'll cost the state about $85 million. They have to make that up somewhere else, the state will, because that's general fund money, and by law, the state provides anything that the property tax doesn't raise. So if they raise less in property tax, they have to come up with that revenue somewhere else, which again, this year with revenues coming in like they are, they have that money. One provision that was not approved, the governor had recommended a $250 refund to singles and $500 to couples on their taxes. That was amended into the bill but defeated, so that's not a part of Senate Bill 282. I'm going to mention Senate Bill 341 again. That's the federal impact aid that would have the state provide that funding rather than using the impact aid as an offset to general fund state aid. Mentioning it because they amended in Senate Bill 31 from last year, which changes state aid for bond and interest elections. So prior to 2015, school districts received a bond and interest rate the same as what they do for capital outlay. It's based on the median assessed valuation per pupil. All of the state aid rates are tied to the assessed valuation per pupil in each district. You rank them low to high, and then each fund has its own little formula for where you start to provide state aid. So prior to 2015, it was based on whatever the median district received. They changed the law for bond and interest for capital improvement in 2015 so that it's tied to the lowest assessed valuation per pupil in the state. And that district, whoever it is, receives 75% state aid for their bond elections. Then as a district, your assessed valuation per pupil is $1,000 higher, you get 1% less state aid. You've got more assessed valuation per pupil, theoretically you can pay for the bond issue easier. So you receive less state aid. The issue with that, one, it's a lot less state aid than what we had before. So some will complain it's not quite as equitable as it could be. The other issue is the lowest assessed valuation per pupil in the state is and always will be USD 207 Fort Leavenworth, because all their property is federal, with the exception of a credit union, I believe it's a Burger King, and a railroad. So their assessed valuation per pupil, when you round it off to the nearest thousand, is literally $1,000. And the second lowest is in the area of $24,000, $25,000. So essentially, state aid doesn't start until about 50% instead of 75%. And the second reason for that is by statute, USD 207 cannot have a bond election. So it's fine to be eligible for 75% state aid, but they can't even have a bond election to take advantage. So this removes USD 207 from the calculation. State aid would start 75% at the second lowest. The other piece that's in here is for bond and interest, if this law passes, when we calculate assessed valuation per pupil, virtual students would not be included in the per pupil part. So if you think about that, you're dividing by the number of students. If you take the virtual students out, you now have a smaller number of students to divide by, which makes your assessed valuation per pupil higher, so you're going to receive less state aid. The argument is your virtual students are not putting a lot of wear and tear on your facilities. They're not the reason you need to build the facilities. So for this fund and this fund only, they would remove them from the state aid calculation. Any questions about that? Okay. Some new ones. Senate Bill 528 is the one I mentioned a little bit ago that would require school districts to reimburse teachers for up to $250 in classroom supplies. So if the teacher buys supplies in the amount of $250, the district must reimburse them. Senate Bill 541 prohibits school officials from issuing or requiring vaccination passports, which I don't know that school districts have the authority to issue vaccination passports to start with, but nevertheless, this makes it very clear, or from discriminating against a student based upon their COVID-19 vaccination status. So you can't allow a student to do any activities based upon whether they've been vaccinated or not. The district also, and this has appeared in a lot of bills, you're probably familiar with the idea, must recognize exemptions from vaccination requirements without questioning the parent or the student. So currently in law, if you have a religious exemption, you can claim that from being immunized. This bill makes it clear you cannot question the parent about the sincerity of their religious held beliefs. Also, obviously, if there are medical reasons you cannot take the vaccination, that must be accepted. That's Senate Bill 541.
And this is for all vaccinations or just COVID?
Specific to COVID is called out, but they would apply it, I'm sure, to all.
Okay.
That second half would apply to all. The discrimination is specific to COVID. Where is it? It's just been introduced. I don't know that it's even had a hearing. Did they have a hearing? Okay, thank you. Senate Bill 545, and then I'm going to come back to 544. 545 would require non-accredited, non-public schools to take state assessments and report the results to the State Department of Education. We would post the results just like we do for all other schools. The first issue that our assessment staff will tell you is that the state assessments are aligned to the state board's standards. Non-accredited public schools are not required to follow those standards. They may have a different curriculum. So the state assessments may not be measuring what they're teaching their students, which would obviously be a problem. The other issue for somebody that works in my area of the agency, we don't have IT staff that can handle this many new students. We'd have to set up a separate database because there are things we have to report on our public students that we cannot report on non-accredited students. So we would have to add staff for that. Our assessment staff would have to be increased. Between those two, it'd be about $470,000 cost to the agency to add that data and manage that data. In addition, KU is now going to have to prepare more assessments for more schools. Our estimate is that it'd be about another $200,000 a year. So there's a fairly good cost to the bill if it would even proceed, in addition to the problems with trying to assess students over material that probably they didn't cover or may not have covered. That's Senate Bill 545. I don't know that it'll even have a hearing, but it's been introduced. Another bill that just because you need a light moment, Senate Bill 544 would require legislators to volunteer in public schools for 1 week or consult with a team of 6 teachers selected by the state board if the legislator is going to request a bill that impacts public school curriculum or school finance. There may be some issues with that, but there could be some support for that as well. It also, make sure I get this right, prohibits legislators who are parents of a child in a non-public school from requesting a bill that would divert money from public schools to non-public schools. The issue there being that could be considered a conflict of interest. So that's Senate Bill 544 that I thought you might enjoy hearing about this afternoon. The rest of this week, what's going to be happening in committees? Mentioned House Ed had the hearing on the CTE credentials this afternoon. Senate Ed had a hearing on Senate Bill 455, which is the Senate's version of a bill that requires students to be able to transfer from one district to another. And the school district would have to accept them unless they had capacity policy. And again, capacity could be the building, could be the number of teachers, the materials that are available to the course. But most districts, I think I can safely say most districts, allow that now. The ones that don't, obviously, are the ones that are growing and feel like they don't have enough space in their facilities already. This would make it a requirement. You will allow the students to transfer. This afternoon in K-12 Ed budget, they have started working the K-12 Ed budget. And we'll be working their way through that, the chair indicated, for a couple of days at least. And she stated yesterday the goal will be to tie that to some of the policy bills that we'll talk about here in just a minute. Tomorrow, House Ed will have a hearing on from the Dyslexia Task Force. Senate Ed will review the LPA study on developmental courses at community colleges and Regents universities, and we will send you a copy of that study. It addresses or seeks to address how well prepared students are when they get to college and how many of them need to take developmental courses before they move on with their college career. In the LPA terminology, it's a limited scope study, which means they had a very short time to look at it, and you'll see when you read through that limits some of the numbers that they had to report on, fairly significantly actually. Thursday then, and actually this has been moved to tomorrow morning now, House Appropriations is going to review the K-12 Ed budget, begin that process, and Senate Ed will talk about Senate Bill 528, the one that we mentioned that reimburses teachers for their classroom supplies. So that's it for new bills and what's happening. Bills that have been in place for a while that were combined. I'll touch on a couple of these in particular. Several were blessed. They were moved to exempt committees. 2 of those have now been moved back to the K-12 Ed Budget Committee. So that would be, my understanding, 2615, which contains the Student Empowerment Act, which is the education savings accounts. So students qualifying for free or reduced price meals or that have been identified as at risk would have access to state funds to pay private school tuition and fees through the education savings accounts managed by the state treasurer. 2615 also contains the House's version of requiring that school districts allow students to transfer to any district they so choose. Again, with the school district having the option for a capacity policy. And it would set up a system to allow students to earn credit through alternative educational opportunities. So internships with businesses and so forth, which again, a number of districts do that already. This puts a little extra step in place for getting approval from the state board, which was questioned during the hearing as another bureaucratic step in place for a program that's already seems to be working well.
So that'd be another barrier. I mean, right now you can do that.
That's the way it was presented. That's just one more step that maybe isn't necessary.
We don't have enough to do.
That is true. So that was moved back to K-12 ed budget, along with House Bill 2662, which has the Parents' Bill of Rights, the Academic Transparency Portal, and that's where school districts have to post curriculum materials, instructional activities for every teacher in every building. Also have to post the assessments or questionnaires. For instance, the communities that care surveys would need to be posted there, and copies would need to be provided to parents. That's in 2662. I think those are the two issues in that bill that are most concerning to educators. Those two bills were moved back to K-12 ed budget on the same day that the chair mentioned she would like to tie the K-12 budget itself to policy bills. May just be coincidence.
I can answer some of that because
Okay.
I'm watching K-12.
Okay. Wait,
so
you're
like-
not listening to me?
Well, I'm listening. I'm multitasking, not very well. So some of the faces I'm making should not be probably appropriate. But 2512 was also moved back
Yes.
to committee,
Okay.
and they're actually just amended the budget into that bill.
Okay.
Literally, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But that's the big piece. I've got a laundry list, and they're still working on it currently, so it's not done yet. But that they did move the budget in the 2512, which is the virtual graduation rates, as well as the no incentive bill, as well as the state aid for students behind. It's a virtual education bill,
Yes.
essentially. Just an update since you're talking about school budgets. They just did it, so.
Okay, thank you. And Ben's absolutely on the mark. 2512, there were originally three separate bills dealing with virtual schools. They were all rolled into one, three different issues. The one that may be of interest to you primarily, it creates an alternative graduation rate calculation for virtual schools that's only used for accreditation purposes. And the way it works is if the student comes to the virtual school, transfers in, and they're already behind on credits, that student is not included in their calculation for graduation rate, but only for accreditation, because the state can't change what the federal government requires us to report on graduation rates. If the student comes to the virtual school, they're on track to graduate, and then they fall behind, they do stay in their graduation rate calculation. But if they were behind when they got there, for accreditation purposes, they don't actually show up on anybody's graduation rate, since they're not included in the virtual school.
So they don't even show up in the school where they were in prior.
I don't believe they would, because they've transferred out to another educational institution.
That was a question that was raised by the author of that bill and the carrier and the reviser, and there was no answer given to that question. So it was asked. No answer. So, well,
I just had a question, like, I know they had a hearing about Math Nation, which I don't know
Yes.
anything about, but I understand it's a math program of some kind. Evidently, they don't know. We're also working on a math strategy. But let's say, like, somebody made an amendment to put $4 million into Math Nation, into the budget, and said these schools have to use it. Wouldn't that be an intrusion on a curriculum choice? Me too.
They are mandating a curriculum for school district. Now somebody's going, my understanding of Math Nation is limited also, but somebody's going to argue it is a supplemental support. It's not necessarily a curriculum.
But I mean, if they said you had to do it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then just briefly, Math Nation, what I know of it is to a large extent virtual, supplemental support for students. It has been used in a few other states. The two I remember are Florida and Mississippi. Not a large number yet. In South Carolina? Thank you. 5? Okay, so we would be, the number 6 stuck in mind. Evidently, we would be number 6. It is a cost to start the program and make it available statewide of $4 million. And that's why they come to the legislature and ask about it rather than trying to go to individual schools. They need $4 million to get up and running. And why and the details on that, I don't know. Other questions on those? The only other one I would touch on is a bill that theoretically is not still alive, but it's 2690. It never left K-12 ed budget, but it is the bill that would create merit pay system for some teachers in some schools if they qualify. The entry-level qualification is 35% of your students have to qualify for free meals. And if you reach that, then we look at what kind of improvement have you made on state assessments primarily. And if you've shown 5% improvement over 4 years' time, then your school is eligible for the funds, and your principal determines which of the teachers in your building receives a $5,000 merit bonus. That's a nutshell of what the bill is about. The funding for that comes from the fact that currently in law, high-density at-risk weighting expires July 1 of 2024. So the theory is that funding's going to expire. It's not there anyway. We'll use that funding to pay for these merit pay systems.
So is there a percentage of teachers, or can you choose them all?
There is not enough funding to allow you to choose them all because it specifies it will be a $5,000 bonus. And if you chose them all, you'd have to have a smaller bonus. And the author of the bill, when asked that question, specifically said, no, you can't just give it to everybody in the building. Doesn't say that in the bill, however.
Questions?
I do want to talk about House Bill 2596. It's the Transportation Network Company bill, which I've learned a lot about. Didn't know what they were until this year. Transportation Network Company, for layman's terms, is they're Uber and Lyft are transportation network companies. So it's the regulation they put in 2017 in the state to regulate those kind of companies. There's a company that wants to come into Kansas that wants to provide that sort of service for school districts to utilize to haul students around. In so doing, they want to be exempted, and this is what caught our attention. They were exempted from our school safety rules based on vehicles. Well, they don't want to be regulated by us. They want to be regulated by the TNC law, which essentially removes them from vehicular inspections yearly, background checks, but they do a version of background checks themselves. So that's kind of a wash on that front. And one other one, I closed the email on it.
Vehicle inspections are the big one I remember.
Yeah, the vehicle inspections were the big one. Yeah, in terms of that. Looking at our legislative priorities, when we talk about the safety, it's very limited in that regard. The bill was blessed last week, so it's still alive. It's still not above the line on the House side. If it does get above the line and passes out of the House, it will move to the Senate, and that's the reason why. If it wasn't blessed, I'd probably let it go, but it was blessed, so I just want the board's opinions, and we can provide a more detailed look to you, because I know it's kind of springing. We didn't prepare very well to bring it to you guys today, but to add this to our permissive to speak on behalf of the board regarding school safety in regards to transportation, whether we opine on it at all, whether we just let it do its thing. So that is something to bring before the board. That's a bill that is alive going forth.
I'll just add to that, part of the testimony from the company or companies that would like to provide this service is that they are regulated by other statutes, other regulations that are similar to the regulations school buses meet, so there's no need to double up in their opinion. Our school bus safety team went through their regulations, went through our school bus regulations. In their opinion, no, they are not similar. They are not as stringent. And as Ben mentioned, one of the issues, and our understanding is they've already run into it in Wichita, is vehicles that would not meet inspection under our school bus safety standards.
The other one is training, driver training.
Yes, thank you.
and driver certification, like first aid certification, CPR first aid certification that we require for bus drivers. So it's those things that they're also getting out of. So pretty much the only regulation that exists in TNC that exists in ours is the background check for drivers. Nothing else is under the TNC regulation, and there is no agency that regulates or audits that outside of that. So there is no auditing procedure to the inspections either. I think that covers everything, right, Greg?
I think so.
Who are the customers and what will they use them for?
They would be hired by a school district to provide transportation to students.
In lieu of?
In lieu of, similar to the way a school district now might hire a company to run their buses, this would be another option instead of a yellow bus.
With less training and less.
Yes.
Less safety training and no inspection of the bus or of the vehicle.
Yes.
So we may be sending people out that don't know how to do CPR, for instance, if you had that incident, or if you had a wreck, how to deal with basic first aid in buses that may not make it.
That's correct. And I'm not sure we're even talking about buses.
These vehicles would be
street
passengers
vehicles,
or less.
Passenger vehicles.
Passenger vehicles.
Okay, so passenger vehicle, passenger or less, that may be inferior in quality.
Yes.
Not necessarily, but may be.
And
The safety mechanisms have been eliminated.
most research, year after year on accidents driving to school will find that a school bus is the safest vehicle on the road in those situations. For a variety of reasons you can imagine, size being one.
Good, Michelle?
Thank you, Chairman Porter. So I was just trying to figure out are they trying to save money by doing this? Is it for a specific area in the state of Kansas that's looking at doing this, or do you think it's gonna catch fire and everybody's gonna wanna do this? It's like,
The only areas we know of that have looked into it right now are metropolitan, Wichita and Kansas City. So it may be an issue of, rather than running a large bus into an area where you only need to pick up 4 or 5 students, you would use this option. Or I may be able to send 3 minivans cheaper than and more quickly than one bus, making the route from all those neighborhoods.
okay, so that was kind of the intent of the bill, you think, behind it, maybe?
I think the intent was to give these organizations an opportunity to operate without the regulations that other school transportation has to meet.
If I could pipe in from Wichita, I know that a big concern has been complaints from community of seeing these big buses with 3 kids. I mean, especially when you start looking at magnet school transportation, and if they live a certain distance, you have to require that, but maybe it's not a community that would have a lot of magnet school students to go to that school. And so it's been more from community, for some reason, feeling they have a need to monitor how many students, and that doesn't mean that there aren't other stops that they're going to, but it's like, I saw this big bus and it only had 3 kids on there.
Yeah, and
Maybe they've dropped them off, I don't know.
That happens in rural areas too. I mean, that's how, but an example would be, you got, how many people on a golf team? 4 or 5?
4 to 6. Yeah.
And so you're sending a bus, and this would be an alternative to that.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This looks to me like it might be a pretty good deal for that sort of thing, but I would personally object to removing the safety requirements. I mean, if a school district can use one of those facilities to send the golf team to the state tournament without having to send a bus, that might be a good deal. But I would hate to send kids on something that I wasn't sure that the driver was trained, or I wasn't sure that the vehicle was safe.
And for clarification, school districts can send students on their own minivans. You'll see those, as well as Suburbans transporting students. Because they are school district vehicles, they have to meet the inspection requirements. So we're a little more confident that they're safe on the road. And I would just be guessing as to why they would prefer to contract with another company to provide that service rather than use their own vehicles. Maybe in a case if they don't have those vehicles in sufficient numbers.
The push is coming from more the company wanting to move into Kansas. It was requested by a specific company, but that's in that field.
The other thing too that is really significant from my perspective, the school buses are equipped where they're paying for each stop. And if you look at possibly the liability of a parent saying their student was there, did you pick them up? I don't know if they're talking, when you talk about equipped, if they would be equipped where the school has a system to track. And that would be a huge concern, because they could actually have picked that student up and say, no, we didn't. And if it's not equipped like the school buses are, then to me, that represents a huge liability. So there are a lot of logistics that need to be looked into, not just convenience.
So my question to you, to bring it back, as to whether a district utilizes a service, it's the district decision. It could be a very good thing, and I don't think, from Dina and my perspective, and I've worked on it more than probably Dina has. Well, in fact, I know I have, because she works on a lot of other stuff that I don't work on, like Keisha stuff. But the question to the board is, if it is passed out of the House and goes to the Senate, do we have the board's backing to oppose this bill on the grounds of the safety requirements, not necessarily the service itself, because the service itself is a matter for local districts to decide, but whether they should be exempted from our school bus safety requirements?
Opinions? Go right ahead.
I know that schools, bus districts have vans and Suburbans and things to transport kids. Do they have to meet the school bus requirements?
Yes, they have to be inspected every year along with the school buses.
Okay, then I say. Yes, or no. Yes, I oppose this. Or whatever I think, you know what I think.
You agree with us?
I agree with you, yes.
I do not oppose the service, I oppose the limiting of the safety requirements.
And that's the position we would take.
Others?
Does that also include drivers?
So it does require background checks, but both the TNC requirements and these requirements both address the background checks. Okay. So that was a wash out of the way as everything else that they want to be exempted from.
Thank you.
I think that whenever we contract out anything that we would otherwise do in-house, we need to make sure that the folks are going to have the same high standard that we expect of ourselves. And whether it's transportation or other services, I think we need to hold that standard as high as for them as we do for ourselves.
We want kids to be safe, and there shouldn't be any exceptions to that. Anybody object, speak up now. Dina?
I was just going to assure you all that we have written testimony for all of the bills that Craig was just mentioning, and the one that Ben was talking about.
We did not submit testimony on the TNC bill.
You didn't give testimony on it? I thought
No,
you
because
did.
we found about it. We found it out after the deadline, but we couldn't. I didn't feel like we had the board's backing, so no, we did
I
not.
thought you went ahead and put it in.
No, I attended the hearing. That was the extent of it.
Also, we send the, after Ben and I have both had input into the testimony, we then send it to Craig. Well, of course, it goes to Peggy also, but to Scott and to Denise. And anyway, just so you know, other eyes are looking at it as well, so.
Yeah, and I do want to I'll let you finish, and then I have a piggyback off of that. I do want to extend a lot of thanks to Peggy and Sherry and Craig, Denise and Scott. There's a lot of times that we have a very quick turnaround, i.e. last Thursday we had 3 bills that we had to get through in a very quick fashion because we found out they were coming up for hearings on Monday, and we find out Thursday morning, and they're due Friday morning. So, and sometimes they're super complicated, like Senate Bill 541. I do want to extend my personal thanks to those staffers that this is an added workload that we've been busy this year. We've been very busy this year. So.
And I would ditto that, and they've helped improve what we've said, and we appreciate that very much. And we will continue to add our 2 cents worth in when it hasn't been heard yet. So, and we will share that with legislators that are not on the education committees or the committee that heard the bill as well. So everyone knows what our thoughts are. So, and thank you, Craig, for he's always generally at the meetings too, or at least one staffer is. So,
John or Dale, yeah.
So we appreciate that as well, and they can answer questions that sometimes we may not be able to.
We're glad we can help.
Anything else, sir? Anything else from the board? Do you have the answer you need, Ben?
I do, as long as it fits the board that we don't need to take a vote. We take a vote on the rest of the positions. I didn't know if you want to take a vote on that or not.
You want to make a motion? Go ahead.
Do we have to suspend the rules, Scott? Since this was not an agenda item, but it is kind of an ongoing deal.
It is part of the legislative.
Legislative, yeah. Consensus? Approve it by consensus? Okay. I'm just making sure that
Let's
there's,
just say
I'm okay
everybody
with
had
it.
the opportunity to object.
Objected, nobody objected. I'm okay with that. Very fun. I can give you an update on what K-12 budget's doing, because they've done a lot. No, you don't want to know.
Next item of business is an appointment to the Acacia Board that is currently held by Dina, and Dina is willing to continue in that direction. So I would recommend that Dina, is that your motion, Jim?
That's my motion.
Is there a second to that motion? Everybody, Michelle, we'll give it to you. Discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? You got it, Dina.
Congratulations.
Oh, goodness, one thing.
Just glad it's you and not me. We have a bidding process for our attorney every 5 years, and that's 2 years ago. But because of a quirk in the law, we have to, even though we've approved it for 5 years,
in the intermediate years, we have to approve it on an annual basis. So we need to approve Mark's contract. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve renewal of contract ID 47925 with Gates, Shields, Ferguson, Swall, Hammond, PA for providing legal service for the period of July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2023 with no increase in rates. Seconded by Jim. Discussion. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, that motion carries. And now the consent agenda, and what are we taking off, Peggy? Everything from G down? Okay, so a motion would be in order to approve the consent agenda, items A through F. Dina and Michelle. Okay. Discussion, all in favor? All opposed? Motion would be to approve the consent agenda, G through K. Okay, I'll make that motion. And Gene seconds. Discussion, all in favor? Raise your hand. All opposed? Motion is 9-1. Thank you. At this time, all, if you'll notice on the thing, all challenge awards are going to be blanket approved, so we don't need to approve those individually. But as you do travel to do your challenge awards, please make sure that Peggy knows what they are. But we don't have to have them approved individually. Are there other updates to travel? Jean?
I would just request a day of salary for the Baker University presentation.
Anything else? Motion is in order to approve travel. Betty and Janet. Betty and Janet. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, the motion carries. And instead of calling individual committee reports, because I always leave some out, if you have a committee report, Jim, let me know, and we'll just do it that way.
The graduation task force has actually only 3 meetings left, officially. Hard to believe. And we're coming to the wire. Now, 2 things I'd like to share with you. One, the task force and the subcommittees, and specifically the subcommittees, have done a very good job, and they're working on recommendations. But to say to the field and to many people, I've gotten several, and maybe you have too, people are already opposed to some of the changes. That's good because we haven't made any changes, but they're opposed to them.
So welcome to the real world.
Yeah, you know. Second, as I've said to the task force on various occasions and just recently again, we can't look at May as a cliff. In fact, I've come to believe that this graduation process is going to be multiple years. This is just the start moving forward. And third, I really do have to give credit and say thank you to the members of the task force. They have stayed with it through thick and thin. We only had our first in-person meeting last week. Amazing, after all this time. But we're going to have I think a good report, but it's not going to be a report in May that is going to have an exclamation point at the end of it. It's really going to have a couple of 3 dots saying there's more to do.
Okay, thank you. Any other?
Thank you.
Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Student Voice Committee met last week, and our report's in your folder. I hope you'll take a close look at that. We outlined some strategies that we'd like to pursue this year to expand our outreach. including maybe finding a way to do some feedback online. Like to know about more student success stories and have more students at our meetings, maybe one every month or every other month, because there are a lot of kids out there doing a lot of good things we need to hear about. And we'd also like to have some board time later this year to take the information we've learned from kids and to see if that should turn into some kind of policy or action on our part. We get this information, then we file the paper away and we don't do anything with it. But we got some pretty good information last year, and I think we'll get some more this year. And there's a list of questions. We have formal ways to meet kids, and then we have what informal ways. And we would really like to encourage all the board members to reach out to some of your high schools and middle schools and ask for time to meet with kids and just talk about some of these questions we have. Like, for example, Betty met with a group of students just recently and started talking about individual plan of study, which they had no idea what that was, or, you know, they knew they took a survey, nobody told them what that was about or why they should take it, so they came up with some kind of very unhelpful stuff out of their Zello. So that's one of the questions we'd like to ask. Do you have an individual plan of study? How do you update that and that kind of thing? And really kind of do some digging in. So we really want to encourage you to do those informal things, but the formal conferences and things that we know about are on the back of the sheet, and there's a bunch of them coming up at the end of the month. There's one in Salina. Well, we've got CTSOs is one category. We've got CASHA stuff. And then Educators Rising has a couple things coming up too. But I'd like to ask that if anybody wants to do these at the end of the month, we kind of give them blanket approval for that, since you guys didn't know about it till I just brought it up. I'll be going to the FBLA, but we've also got the CASHA student leader meeting that I think the Student Voice Committee will be attending. We've got several, oh yeah, the FBLA, we've got Skills USA coming up at the end of April. If you can do that in Hutchinson, that's really a fun one. The Technology Student Association is also at the end of this month. And see, we missed DECA and BPA, but HOSA is meeting virtually at the end of the month. I don't know if there'll be an opportunity to meet with any kids there or not. FCCLA at the first part of April, that's in Wichita. So anyway, take a look and see what's in your area, and if you can help us out by covering some of those, we'd be very grateful.
Okay, and would you, since we've already approved that, for those that are coming up after this month, let's just put them on the list of blankets for next month.
Okay, but they will be retroactive, is that
Yeah.
okay?
We can make that work.
Okay.
Since we've already had that vote, so.
I could make another motion that we give blanket approval to these the student
at it.
voice activities. I'd like to move that we give blanket approval for board members to attend these formal student voice activities, and they can let Peggy know if they
Is
want to
there a
attend.
second? Melanie seconds that motion. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, the motion carries unanimously. Any other reports from committees? Jean?
I wanted to mention that I did attend the School Mental Health Advisory Council on the 2nd of March. It's also recorded if you're interested in looking at that on the website. Kent Reed presented on the social emotional learning legislative testimony and how character development standards were included in the social emotional standards and our board goal. He also discussed previously passed bills that were worked on jointly by the legislature and the state board, one of which was Aaron's Law, which requires sexual abuse and assault awareness education for pre-K 12 students. And there was some general discussion about that. Craig and Dale presented on a legislative update to the group, as well as Shanna Bigler, who's also a department employee, discussed some new initiatives by the U.S. Department of Education regarding human trafficking, which apparently one of the main groups that's in, age groups that's involved in that is the 12 to 14-year-olds, so basically middle school and high school students. And they're going to have robust new human trafficking website to provide information on how to identify these victims and how to report it, and some material regarding that, as well as a CDC Children's Mental Health website that provided information on psychiatric residential treatment, which is on the CanCare website. So there's a lot of social, emotional, mental health type of information out there that probably we need to take a look at and make sure that it gets passed down to our districts. The mental health liaison from one of the Manhattan Ogden schools, Samantha Brown, presented on anticipatory grief, which is basically the grief experienced by individuals who are anticipating the death of someone who may be terminally ill or had an accident, and how to remediate that and make it be more helpful in dealing with that. And Holly Yeager from USD 259 in Wichita also presented on the Wichita new website that consolidates all of their social, emotional, and mental health information, which appears to be, very useful for the folks there, and might be a model for other districts to take a look at. In addition to that, the policy committee should be meeting next month on the Tuesday at lunchtime to go over the next chunk of policy that we have. I don't have that right in front of me, but it's the next probably 6 or 8 pages of the book. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other reports from committees? Seeing none, we will not have Scott do the board attorney's report. You're welcome. Requests for future agenda items, I would like to keep on kind of the front burner, the discussion of recruitment and retention of faculty and staff that we discussed earlier this afternoon, or this morning, I guess it was, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of Kansas Music Educators Association, they'd like to present to the board, preferably sometime this summer so they don't have to find substitute teachers. But they haven't presented in about 4 years, and they'd like to kind of update the board on initiatives and stuff that they're doing.
Okay, Betty.
This is one of those, if A then B requests, because I'm not real certain of what kind of foundation we're on. But I will preface it that we have amazing presentations from school districts that are doing wonderful things, that have been able to tackle a student learning problem or other issues. I have tried to find a catalog on our website where if I were a school district and interested in a certain practice that's proven successful, how, as an example, Zello might be rated by other districts, or information that would be useful. If we have such a vehicle, then I don't know how to find it, so I was interested in some kind of presentation regarding that. If we don't have such a vehicle, then I am wondering how we could integrate a lot of the great information, because even today I heard so much that other school districts that perhaps are not excelling or doing as well could benefit from. So if you can extrapolate a request from that, I'd appreciate it.
You got that? So I just extrapolated. Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we should have a formal discussion sometime starting this summer probably about maybe making some more licensure changes. I think the substitute thing is going to be something we ought to try to nail down. If people are asking me, are we going to continue that next year or do something with it? And then I've had several other licensure things come up, like districts have requested, why don't we consider, for example, a lifetime licensure? Like, because we have retirees who would come back, but they've let their licenses expire and they go, I'm not going back to school. I taught for 30 years, I shouldn't have to do that. So anyway, I think there's several things around licensure we ought to either have subcommittee look at and start wandering into, like graduation when we're finished with that, or have some time. But I think the substitute thing we could figure out pretty quick. Or do we need a regulation change to do that?
Yeah, what's the barrier to, say, a person that retired 3 years ago?
If their license has lapsed, the barrier would probably be renewal, depending on how they would need to renew. By that, can they renew on experience, or have they already used that? Do they need to renew based on professional development credits? So it's going to vary from teacher to teacher.
Yeah, but it should be able to be done without going back to school.
No, that's
Not
not what they're
necessarily.
hearing.
Oh. Yeah, we need to discuss that.
Yeah, because if we can do something with that without going through a regulation change, that'd be great. But Scott's shaking his head no over there. But anyway, we need to talk about licensure. So that's my
Okay.
request.
Anything else? Yes.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. So as far as, if like emergencies and situations where there's a sub teaching in a classroom and that maybe it was a teacher that was normally in there and has access to email or access to their email, but the sub would not. And they're asked to check their email during a state of like an emergency situation. How are the districts handling? Is that by school building, by district? How would they handle that where the sub would not have access to any email?
I have no idea. Anyway.
So that'd be a district. That'd be something that they would need to handle within the district.
No, I have no idea how that would be done.
It's just something to bring up to the attention because we have a lot of subs right now.
Yeah.
And they don't have access to the same email that a teacher would that would be normally in that classroom. So I'm just curious how they would handle an emergency situation. Just something to think about. Appreciate it.
Jean.
I was just wondering if there would be any interest in acknowledging the various offices in the department. I know we passed a resolution thanking everyone, and I'm sure, that expressed a lot of feelings, but we have people coming before us who have done remarkable things in the districts and various people out in the community, but we don't have our department employees, the people who actually work in this building, who come here and probably never see us, and we don't get to thank them face to face. So I was kind of wondering if maybe it would be possible to have maybe a different office or subdivision of the department to actually come to our meeting for a brief time and for maybe let us know what they do and what they've, done for the districts and for us, and for us to be able to personally thank them in the formal meeting time.
And to follow up on that, also, all of us probably have met, because of our individual responsibilities, people in the department that we don't see all the time. And I've noticed in several instances, I come to see somebody, to visit with somebody that I walk through, and they're not there anymore because they retired. And I would like to have a list when somebody retires, so we can at least individually, maybe, if we have developed if we know that person, then we can at least send a note or individual note or something like that. Just an announcement. Dina.
And I think there's been some reorganization of some of our, um, they're not really a department, but anyway, within the department. And I think it would be good for us to be apprised of where that has occurred and who is leading the charge, so to speak, and who works with them, so that we have an idea when someone says, I don't know what the department's doing, and they're asking me, and I don't know either. I feel kind of out of the loop. So
Well, let me explain how powerful you are, Dina. Part of that's going to happen the first thing in the morning.
it's not unusual for me, but oh well.
Well, but one reorganization we're going to
Yeah,
talk about in the morning.
I think it's something we need to always be aware of.
Okay. Anything else for future? Remind you that our meeting with the Board of Regents on the 17th has been postponed. Do we have a tentative date yet, Peggy, for the next one? You have gotten information about the K-Toy regionals that are going to be virtual this year, March the 26th and 27th. Remind the next month, I believe we're going to which school? And that's our Wednesday meeting next month. Tomorrow, the second thing on the agenda tomorrow, where it talks about inclusiveness, that's going to be led by Dr. Alex Redcorn, who is a professor at K-State and is the executive director of the Kansas Association of Native American Education. He has also contacted the tribal leaders, and I know that we're going to have at least one of the tribal leaders as that part of the process on Zoom, and maybe more than that. We have an hour scheduled for that, but whenever I was meeting with the tribal leaders, Janet and I were meeting with the tribal leaders in the governor's office, I indicated that even though I get obsessed about time, as you all know, that they get all the time they want. Now, we're scheduled at noon tomorrow, those of us that are on the group that meet with legislators, we're scheduled to meet with them at noon tomorrow. We have contacted that office to let them know, because the last time they were busy and they canceled on us, that if that activity is still going on, then we're going to stay here and listen with that. And at 11:45, if we're still going, then I will text the chair of the Education Committee, Senate Education Committee, to tell them that we're not going to be there. That's all been set up, because I think it's really important. I think it's really important for us to listen tomorrow, and then because there's going to be some things that are said that we need to know. And those of you, Dina talked about hearing some of the things that brought tears to her eyes. I think we had the same experience, and others have too. And we need to we need to hear that. And I'm going to shift back to legislative issues. You didn't mention anything about the dealing with race legislation. Is there any of that?
Are you talking about the curriculum transparency?
I'm talking about
Well, it's, yeah. So it is in House Bill 2662, the posting all of the classroom materials online, which is, I think, the legislature's attempt to address those sorts of issues, as well as a myriad of other things. It was passed out of committee on the House calendar, referred to appropriation so it would be blessed, and sent back to committee yesterday. So it's back in K-12 budget as we speak. The Senate has a version of it, but it's separate from the Parents' Bill of Rights bill, and I don't think, I'm going to remember, I don't think it's out of, they didn't have a hearing on it, and they didn't pass it out of committee. They did pass out the Parents' Bill of Rights out of Senate Ed this afternoon. So that is now out of committee, which is just section 1 of House Bill 2662. So that's where we're at right now.
Okay.
Did that answer your question, Mr. Chair?
Not really. And the reason I asked the question is that if, we need to make sure that every child in Kansas is welcome and feels valued in their school system. And there are times that you cannot address that without addressing race. And if we have bills that are saying you can't make anybody uncomfortable, that's in conflict with what I think we need to do to make sure that kids are safe. And valued and honored regardless of their situation.
There was a bill, if you're referring to a similar legislation that was passed south of here, Oklahoma and Texas, there was a Senate bill that was introduced that does pertain to that language. It has not received a hearing to this point. It has not received a hearing to this point, and time is running out for a hearing on that. This was the heavy workload week for committee, so that's where it's at now.
Well, if we were going to have a conflict, at least I want to know where they are. I'm ready.
I would also like to recommend, as we prepare to hear of students feeling undervalued, minimized from a racial perspective, that we take the opportunity to let the public know that's not just limited to, but if there are others that feel they need to come forward to express concerns based on race, that is open to
Absolutely,
all.
yeah.
Yes, and I just wanted
that's
to
what I think I'm
reinforce that.
saying, yeah,
Yes, okay,
regardless of your circumstance, I
exactly.
want every child to be welcome and honored and valued.
Absolutely, thank you.
And if that bill does come up for a hearing between now and the end of the session, we will be opposing that bill.
Okay, good. Okay. Our next item of business, have I gotten everything, Peggy? The next item of business is an executive session. It's going to be for 20 minutes. Janet you have the motion, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Let's do it for 20 minutes and let's start at 5:15 to give us a little break.
5:15, okay. Board of Education recess into executive session to discuss the subject of an individual employee's performance, which is justified pursuant to the non-elected personnel exception under COMA in order to protect the privacy interest of the individuals to be discussed. This session will begin at 5:15 for 20 minutes. No action will be taken during this session, and the open meeting will resume here at 5:35. Yeah, 5:15. Oh, I'm sorry, and I apologize. And Craig Nineswander is invited to join this executive session. Thank you.
Or
More than anything in the world. State Board of Education is called back to order. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the hiring of Ben Proctor as Deputy Commissioner of Learning Services to begin July 1st, 2022, at a salary of $161,800.
Is there a second to that motion? Dina seconds that motion. Further discussion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? That appears to be unanimous. And in that case, we will reconvene at 9 o'clock in the morning with smiles on our faces and joys in our heart.